Siam na siya I na tchwalmo. Vanessa quan na squeak I qualasalton squeeze to neats mathguiam. Ami tsap quat wheelam I tanash mathguiamal tamo tush amet tas hunt caminum can. I tlu tush alla quatst tus quammich I desilil with hal masteo. Ni tsend kiltam nasiaya quants hunt caminum can. Sasu tu qua ait quath qualoen. Sta quana siwanis satsamson near to swallow. I helaksto to huinas imich natin. Siatalatin to swallow hu I namech wa I to I. Quan ewan awis quath no wayis. Heitzapka.
Hello, my name is Coasselton. My English name is Mac Paul. This is Vanessa Campbell, and we are from Musqueam. We are so honored to be here with you on behalf of our community, our elders, and our leadership, and welcome you to the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We'd like to thank the Vancouver International Film Festival for creating space for this important work at their 40th anniversary. We hope you enjoy the show. Heitzapka.
Oseam Tanoyap, Titaichama Queen Kwashamin, Rebecca Queensna, Skopmishchin. Yot heart and squaw when Quistlack, no more yap 80, Nati come alike. Skopmish Homer. Hello, everybody. My true name is Titaichama. My English name is Rebecca, and I am from the Squamish Nation. It is such good feelings in my heart to welcome you to our sacred territory we call Kamkamalai, also known as Vancouver, Squamish Nation's own sacred territory. I'd like to start us off in the proper way by singing a paddle song to bring us all in this giant canoe, if you will, all together with good feelings and good thoughts. Oseam. Chaislokam, Iayos, Chaislokam, Iayos, Takahot, Chaislokam, Oseam Tanoyap. Honor your canoe, honor your neighbor's canoe. Stay safe, everybody. Oseam.
So I'm Gabriel George. Tashwalap na akwital na siyam na siyatya tashnemish at tasalewatash Huelmuch. To all of you, my dear friends and family, we are the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Tanawail East Itish at the Siwan Ash at Humathquium e Schotmish e Tsleil-Waututh. Today we have gratitude for the ancestors of the Musqueam people, the Squamish people, and the Tsleil-Waututh people. Haidsep ewish siem. Haidsep siem.
Hello, my name is Charlene Alec. I am elected council for Tsleil-Waututh Nation. On behalf of the children, the youth, the elders, and our matriarch at Tsleil-Waututh, we'd like to raise our hands to the work that the Vancouver International Film Festival is doing and hosting international filmmakers from around the world. And we'd also like to congratulate you for the participation in the 2021 VIFF and welcome you. Heights at Awith.
Hello everyone. Events like these take a tremendous amount of effort from the staff, board, volunteers, and of course you, the participants. So a warm thank you to everyone involved who brought us together for VIFF Immersed 2021. Creators from Vancouver to St. John's are world-renowned for their innovation and creativity in the immersive field. The Canada Media Fund, since 2012, has invested $70 million in over 170 projects in VR and AR. We're very proud of the success stories made through this investment, and Canada is well positioned as a leader in this growing immersive field. So best for a productive and exciting few days as you delve into the very interesting world of XR entertainment at VIFF Immersed 2021. Enjoy.
Welcome to VIFF Immersed and welcome to the first of our two-day VIFF Immersed Market panels. I am so pleased to be here with you, and I'm Caitlin Burns, executive producer at Storytech Immersive, and we are entering our 5th year supporting the VIFF Vancouver International Film Festival's work, making sure that we are showcasing the finest globally and locally in XR, VR, AR ecosystems featuring tremendous interactive narratives and work that is ready for commercial distribution. Welcome to all of our attendees from Vancouver and Canada, but also those of you joining us from around the world. This year, we had over 100 submissions from more than 30 countries, and we were able to feature just a few of the best of those pieces in our competition. This year, our juried competition featured 4 categories: cinematic live action, drawn from camera work or volumetric action; animation, featuring work that was wholly created to showcase the narrative storyline; documentary, depicting a major and real-world event; and augmented reality, a first this year for us. And we're so excited to have a representative of that category with us today in the creators panel. In addition, we also invite you to check out our distribution channels and vote for the VIFF Immersed Audience Award on VIR, available on all headsets in market. And not last, but certainly never least, we are so excited to dive into new ground and pioneering experiences in our BC showcase. And excited to introduce you to creators here from Vancouver who are in our BC showcase, taking us into the next wave of development for virtual and XR spaces. With that in mind, I want to introduce you to 4 incredible creators who have joined us today to talk about their work in competition and exhibition, and to take you inside their process, both artistically and practically, as they explore these very complex and absolutely thrilling mediums. I'd like to introduce you to Zayad Tuma, whose piece Passengers is in our animation category, Singmu Lee, whose piece Red Eyes is in our cinematic live action category, Asavari Kumar, creator in our augmented reality competition, and Juliana Lowe, who is in our BC Showcase exhibition with 2 major pieces in the metaverse. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'd love for each one of you to give a little bit of an introduction and tell us how you found your way into immersive works. Why don't we start with you, Singmu?
Hi, I'm Singmu Lee, director, writer of the Red Eyes. And, I've been a filmmaker. I've been a writer, director, producer for traditional medium for more than almost 30 years. And when I first tried the DK1 of the Oculus Rift, I realized that this is the ultimate medium for the storytellers. So for recent 4 or 5 years, I've been practicing all different kind of VR storytelling, volumetric, VR immersive theater, and cinematic. And with it, in this VIFF 2021, I went back to the cinematic side of the VR. So that's the brief story of my career.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for joining us. Asavari, tell us a little bit about yourself and what inspired you to dive into augmented reality.
Yeah, hi, I'm Asavari Kumar, and I'm a filmmaker and visual artist from India, currently based in Los Angeles. My background is primarily in design and animation, and I've been working, sort of across different industries, doing commercials, working on feature animation. Sometimes I make comic books, graphic novels, and short independent films. When I was doing my MFA at CalArts, I got interested in installation work. And once I graduated, I was always looking for opportunities outside of animation that sort of involved, immersive mediums and also public art in a way. And that sort of led me to Adobe's augmented reality residency, which then led me to creating this project using Adobe Aero, which is something that recently launched at the time. So that's kind of how I got into adding another sort of medium to my arsenal of like finding ways to basically tell personal stories. And my interest in AR sort of coincided with the pandemic, and AR is kind of a perfect medium for the pandemic because you're sort of working with limitations of using the spaces available to you, and you're sort of processing all of these challenging things that are happening. So it was kind of a perfect storm almost that sort of led me to working on a new normal, which is my project at VIFF.
So excited to dive deeper with you and exploring how those parameters led to some really creative, exciting moments. Juliana, you're up next. Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you found your way into this practice.
Am I muted? Okay. Yeah. Hi. I'm Juliana Lowe, and I've actually been in the digital space for such a long time. So my background is in branded entertainment and games and fine arts. So I think I have the most ordinary story, but it is extraordinary in sort of a way. I started doing Google tilt brush work actually in 2019, so later than most people. And I did it as a response to, I was feeling depressed and anxious over the whole pandemic situation. So I needed therapy. So that was my way of jumping into it. And when I saw VR and AR coming out, I looked at everything and thought, I'd really like to add some representation, diversity, and inclusion, because, it's a new medium, it's a new start of a new way of seeing things. And so that would be really great to support people from all over the globe. And also one thing, somebody said to me, Juliana, you can't do this. You can't do this. You can't possibly do this. And I was like, yes, I can. So that's a good thing. Thanks.
Well, it's always funny when people rise to the challenge as fantastically as you have in the two pieces you have in our exhibition this year, Jingleville and Awaken the Giant, Sinisteria and Shrek. Really excited to dive into those with you in a minute, but let's turn over to you, Zayad. Tell us about yourself and how you found your way to this piece.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks, Caitlin, for having us. I'm Ziad Touma. I'm a producer, director, and writer from Montreal in Canada, and I'm presenting The Passengers at VIFF. Very excited about that. Been following VIFF Immersed for a few years now, so really happy to showcase this piece with you all. I've been, platform agnostic, I would say. I love characters, I love stories, and I love audiences also. And I love trying to connect audiences to those stories and characters wherever or whatever that medium might be. So for me, I've surfed the wave, from back in the day when we were calling it multimedia to cross media and transmedia and XR. And so I did interactive website projects to cell phone applications. And for me, VR and XR is just a new canvas. It's a new platform. I think in my practice, I love going from feature film. I've produced 6 features. I've done dozens of hours of television, in more documentary. And this is really exploration. Technology for me allows us to keep pushing the boundaries of storytelling and playfulness with the audience as well, which I really enjoy.
Fabulous. Speaking of playfulness with the audience, we definitely invite all of you viewing at home on our live stream to ask your questions in, and those will be curated in while the panel is live. I have plenty of questions for these folks, and I'm sure you do as well. As you are hearing about these pieces, if you want to dive deeper and explore these and the other pieces in exhibition this year, we ask you to check out the VIFF Immersed website. You'll find the ways to connect with each of these pieces and the other fabulous pieces in competition and exhibition directly from the submission, from the artist piece page there directly. I want to open it up to you, Asfari. Tell us a little bit more about A New Normal. For those who have yet to see the piece, what would you want them to know going in?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, just for context, A New Normal essentially is a story about a family that is spread across different time zones, and they are sort of, through their conversations and through their sort of musings, are trying to define what home means to them, what it used to mean to them, how that definition has evolved, and how their sort of expectations and hopes and dreams for each other have played into the idea of home, because family and home are essentially interconnected. But, we now sort of live in a time and place, whether, you've left home to go to a different place in the same country, or if you moved countries, if you're an immigrant. I mean, people have a lot more mobility now, and some move by choice, some don't. But there was this sense in the pandemic where people felt unable to sort of interact with their near and dear ones. And I felt like, as an immigrant from India, I've had that experience for the larger part of my time in the US, because I was caught in sort of various immigration, sort of like obstacles. And I felt like when I was doing this project, a lot of the same feelings that I've had for the larger part of a decade were also echoed by people globally while experiencing the pandemic, reliance on digital technology, trying to see what home looks like when you can't meet the people that make your home, when you can't be close to near and dear ones. So I felt like I wanted to connect those two ideas through conversations with my family that, because of the pandemic, were not able to visit me, and we were going to see each other after 5 years. So I ended up not being able to see them because just as they were about to come, the pandemic happened. So I decided I'm going to make a film with them by doing interviews and basing them on conversations that we have over video call and stuff like that. So that's just the context for the project.
I love the way that you're able to bring a playfulness of that sort of joy of family connection into the work, and the way that you use AR, not just in the AR experience, but integrated into the video components of what you show. I hope you all, as the audience, will also keep an eye out for those points, and I hope it resonates the same way it did with me. Ziad, The Passengers is an incredibly ambitious piece that in many ways is still work in progress. We'd love to hear a bit more about what the intent is, what you hope that people going into the at-home viewing and Museum of Other Realities can explore, but also tell us a little bit about the original intent for exhibition versus, again, how the pandemic has changed the method that you're engaging with the work now.
Yes, it did a lot, actually. So The Passengers was built for 4 synchronized users at the same time. It tells the story of these 4 passengers traveling together on a train. There's a woman, a man, a lady, and a child. And each user gets to enter the thoughts and images of each of these people's lives. And with their gaze, the user's gaze, whoever you look at, so you're immersed in a train and you have 3 other passengers around you. So whoever you look at, your thoughts change with an interactive live story engine. And you are able to change the story and help each character achieve their quest by speaking out loud or doing hand gestures, whether it's drawing or wiping the window. And you get access to the feelings and the memories of each of these characters as you go through that journey. So it was really meant to be for 4 users in a like museum or festival, or even in a train, traveling train setting. So we call it the LBE, so location-based entertainment. And because of the pandemic and the security measures between people, we couldn't have 4 people seated together. So we had to adapt the whole project into basically an interactive menu where you choose each character and you play one passenger at the same time. So we had to completely adapt the project that initially had these, it was like a social VR experience where you could influence by speaking out loud or doing gestures, you influence the other person's story as well. So it's been quite a journey, but we're still on board.
We're so excited to have you, and really excited to be able to showcase the version that has been built for at-home users, as well as continuing this conversation in future years. Singmu, you have an incredibly prolific background as a filmmaker. I'd love if you could share with us a little bit about your journey from film into virtual reality, and talk to us a little bit about Red Eyes.
Yes, I mean, I've been a filmmaker, like I said, I mean, as a writer, producer, but as a director, I made a film called Warrior's Way about 10 years ago. And there are 2 types of directors who embrace the reality, and also the other directors who feel the restriction from the reality. And I belong to the latter part. And filmmaking in the real life has a lot of limitation. And in the Warrior's Way, I shot everything in the green screen studio. So I could manipulate all the skies and time of the days. So I really look into that kind of possibility of that side of the filmmaking. And when I first tried the VR, then I realized that, oh, this is where my dreams come true. So naturally, I moved to the cinematic VR as a cinematic filmmaker. I made a film called Eyes in the Red with about six or 7 years ago. But as you all know, the 360 cinema has a lot of limitation. And it lacks two important factors in the VR storytelling, which is presence and the interactivity. There are some sense of the presence, but it's a fake one because there are no depths. And also the interactivity, you create the world, but your audience cannot do anything with it. So, I mean, from live to the traditional cinema to the VR, for me, I wanted to go to the aspect what is unique in the VR, which is interactivity. So I put my energy into the exploring this side of the storytelling, made a 3 VR immersive theater, because for the full interactivity, human factor is essential. No algorithm or AI can replace that flexibility of the human interaction. So I spent a lot of time doing that. I learned a lot about the nature of the interactivity. Then I got a little bit tired of the polygons, you know. So I came from the filmmaking background. I kind of really miss the working with the actors and the real presence of the human beings in the VR world. So I went back, I decided to go back to the 360 cinema, and I know that had a lot of limitation, but still, that's also the other factor is the audiences members. I've been in the film festival for last 4 or 5 years. I mean, the VR festivals, and they're all great. And I had great time with the VR community, but the real general audience, they don't really know that this kind of storytelling are existing. So I really wanted to reach the general audiences as the filmmakers do. Also, aesthetically, I mean, the point of view in cinema, VR cinema is very tricky. And for my first film, I used the first person's POV, which is everybody's doing. And there are so many limitations when I first made it. You cannot move the camera, you cannot edit the piece together. I just wanted to go beyond it. I wanted to break the limitation of the 360 cinema. So Red Eyes is the outcome of that kind of experiment. And traditionally, the storyteller filmmakers, they have something to say and they try to make it together on screen. But for me, the VR is kind of reverse engineering. I kind of see what's possible with the budget and what's the limitation. And I find the story fit to that form. So Red Eyes was, and the LGU Plus, the telecom company, approached me whether we can make the flagship commercial VR cinema. So I kind of invented the story suited for the technology and suited for the target audiences. Also, some story that I can experiment with to go beyond the traditional side of the VR cinema.
Well, I am extremely excited that you did. Red Eyes is one of my personal favorite action pieces that I've seen in virtual reality, especially done with camera work. And for those of you at home, you can see Red Eyes on YouTube, the Museum of Other Realities, VR, RAD, or Oculus TV, running from the October 1st through October 11th exclusively on the VIFF preview channels. Again, I strongly recommend you go and check out this amazing work and also vote on the VR platform for our Audience Award this year. I haven't forgotten you, Juliana. I am so excited to talk to you about Jingleville and Awaken the Giants. I'd love for you to talk about each piece, and then I've got a follow-up for you.
Okay.
What should someone know going in? What would you think someone should know about the work, but as they were entering each piece?
Okay, so Jingleville and Awaken the Giants were both created in AltSpace VR, which is a social platform, and they represent two very different environments. One celebrates the spirit of the Christmas festival, or not just Christmas, but all the other spiritualities as well. And the second one is a little bit of a more of a political experience wrapped up in sort of like a game telling world. So what can I say? I think being able to walk into a place and feel that sense of presence, which some of the people have been mentioning here, is really important, to have a platform to be able to connect with each other and share stories from the different corners of the world is really important. And one of the things that people have given me back as feedback is you've used the affordances in a really effective manner, and that you can't even tell that you're learning something and that you're actually transforming in a sort of way, because it's a fun experience. And that's what's key to VR and AR and many of these XR projects.
Juliana, talk to us a little bit. You have a creative partner on these, Nicholas Lowe, correct? Now, tell me a little bit about the path between the two of you in going from Jingleville to Awaken the Giants. I'd love to share with the audience just a little bit more of the history of those pieces in your collaboration.
So Nicholas Liang and he's my my technologist, my production and technologist, good friend of mine. And so we first began by creating the crazy world of Jingleville. And, it was very difficult because we were designing it and painting it in Google Tilt Brush. And it's it's a very expressive medium, but it's also very difficult because there's shaders and there's unity problems and so forth. And also we had to make sure that we created both worlds very small. So, for example, my first iteration of Jingleville was over 1 gigabyte. So Nicholas had to go in and, squish it down to like about 20 megabytes. So then we took what we knew and understood. And when we created the enormous world of Awaken the Giants, I'd already figured out which brushes to use or how to create a world that would be effective. But he was so brilliant. He actually shrunk that world down from, I think, 2 or 3 gigabytes to 15 megabytes. So that's something that, we're still there, where we have to like determine how big our pieces can be so that you and everyone else can experience them.
Every year, we explore all of these file questions with our creators and, of course, with our distribution partners. But you take on a whole additional layer that when we are able to do live events comfortably, we're always thinking about how do we get a group of people into these spaces? How do you think about these virtual spaces where you're inviting in groups, not just individuals, but many people all at once into these environments?
It's part of why we've created this project. So as a UX person, I'm always looking at the affordances and what we can do within this specific project. And we were able to bring in 30 or 40 people. And it was part of the experience that you had to go in there, and then you had to like connect with everybody else. We had this DJ'd event that hosted, I think we thought only 54 people would come. We had over 200 people. And so they all showed up and they all partied and they had a really good time. But mostly and more importantly, they were given this really nice place where they can relax and share their stories without the intermediary or with the intimacy and without the like TV and the media to gateway that process.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Ziad, tell me a little bit about your process working with volumetric capture. You've talked a bit about the interactivity with the audience and the story, but tell us about your process capturing the actors' motions and integrating this into a fully creatively, aesthetically ambitious world.
Yeah, well, the intent of it at first was when you're traveling in a train, it's a very meditative type of experience. So you go into your thoughts and you see other people around you and they're in their thoughts, but you have no idea what's going on through their head. And sometimes, you know, like you cross eyes, like your gaze crosses with them, or you make a gesture and the other person will like move accordingly. So we shot our whole demo, the prototype of the passengers, in live action. And then what we discovered by doing it is that the characters, we would have to do jump cuts. Like if we wanted the characters to react fully to the user's gaze, we were having problems like cutting from image to image. So we tried like blinking, eye blinking, and like, hiding the cuts invisible. And when we went into more development and production, we decided to head into animation and take like more liberties with it. So two things that we wanted to do. The first one is I was thinking about, for me as well, like Juliana, you were mentioning, diversity on screen is a really important issue that has always been throughout my work. And I wanted to showcase not just the diversity, but also the diversity of our lens through the world. Like we're not just different people, but we see the world in a very different and complex way. So I wanted each character to look at the environment in a very different aesthetic. So for instance, the lady who is starting to like lose her memories, she sees the world in animation that's black and white, and things get like erased from people, whereas like the kid, he's drawing with his felt markers and he sees the animation in very colorful, almost like neon animation. So we use like oil painting and watercolor, and basically we wanted the characters to look like the actors as much as possible. So we went into motion capture, in which we did in Paris because it's a Canada and France co-production. So we invited all the actors to a studio of motion capture, and we went through all of the journey of all the possibilities, because it's a like narrative branching tree, the passengers. So we went through all the script and had like very different reactions from each of the characters, from each point of view. And then we had 3D animation characters built by doing photogrammetry of each of our actors. And then we applied the motion capture to these very like photorealistic characters. And the whole programming of it and the interactivity is like responsive in real time to our gaze and behavior. So you get like 4 different interactive short films that are very different aesthetically and thematically as well, but that like are part of this one big piece that the passengers proposes to the audience.
Well, it's an incredibly ambitious piece, and I'm thrilled that you've let us in a little bit on your process. Asmari, one of the things that strikes me so much about your piece is you're drawing from interviews, you're drawing from live footage, you're drawing from the graphics that you've created, but ultimately it feels like almost a documentary process. How did you choose the interviews? How did you select the pieces you did select? Tell us more about what that process was like for you.
It's interesting that you mentioned documentary, because when I've talked about because this is a new medium for me, when I've talked about what this medium is akin to, it's very much like combining the sort of best aspects of animation filmmaking and documentary filmmaking. So from why it kind of felt like a combination of these 2 processes was because of how I sort of source the information. So I had a very vague idea of what I wanted to sort of get out of these conversations and these interviews. And I knew that they roughly had to do with home and belonging and identity and the sort of shifting idea of what home is. But with documentary, you never sort of know what the story is going to be till you start to piece it together. You sort of find the story within your material. So the process for finding the story was very much like that. So through the courses of different interviews with different family members, I found certain threads that felt like they had a narrative structure. And it did start with the verbal storytelling. And then I knew that we had sort of the limitations of using my apartment and my art studio and the little patch of grass outside in my neighborhood, because, you know, we were like doing this in the pandemic. So, but I felt like because we were talking about home, and I also wanted this to feel like a sort of intimate piece, I thought it was actually quite wonderful to be able to shoot it in my apartment and shoot it in like a very intimate space. And so when it came to the images and when it came to the sort of animation part of it, I think that sort of aspect of it was quite intuitive. Like, as I sort of heard what the story was going to be, these sort of images came to me, and I was sketching as I was listening to the interviews. And so some of that thought process is what informed what the imagery was going to be, like a combination of where I was going to shoot it and what the, you know, what kind of imagery the sort of interviews and the stories kind of evoked. So when I kind of put all of those things together is when I got what we end up seeing in the film. So it's interesting because in animation, everything is very premeditated, and you sort of plan exactly what you're going to do, and you make that, you know, once you figured it out, you just sort of like follow the production path. But here, because it was AR and because we were sort of working with the graphics almost like actors in a scene, we had the opportunity of taking the assets and shooting them from different angles. You know, the animation that we were doing was within the app. There was no animation happening to the assets outside of the app. So everything was animated within the app. And so when we would place a character in a scene, and that would kind of give us opportunity to figure out like how it could move and how, you know, how far it needs to be, what angle we need to shoot it at. And we had the sort of ability to go and reshoot things, which is a nightmare if you're doing it in animation. You don't want to like make a whole scene and then scrap it. So, you know, those two things were quite interesting to see those things work together. The process was sort of this hybrid of things I've experienced separately, but they all sort of came together with AR.
Really exciting to hear you talk about. You know, I love how your background with animation is bringing a totally new perspective into this documentary form, and the way that you use limitations is really delightful in the end product. Sigmu, you have tremendous experience working with actors, both in film and 360. I'd love for you to take us inside more of your process from casting to working with the actors on set, and what it was like to be directing within the 360 sphere, something that has not just very direct and emotional moments with your actors, but a really wide crowd, a fairly chaotic scene at times that you were able to stage so clearly to me in the piece itself. How was it working with actors, and what was challenging?
Nightmare. It was nightmare for the actors and me, you know, because I cannot be even there behind the camera. As you know, I have to hide all the times from the camera as a director. Mm-hmm. And there's like lighting is a problem, and those actors, film actors, they are so used to the cut, and as directors, we can always make magic happens with the cut. But this is like we are going back to the silent cinema era, because when somebody died, they have to wave their hands that I'm dying here, you know. So that's the VR cinema acting. And many people, most of the crew and the actors are from cinema, never done VR before, and probably never will, because they kept come to me and asking, why are you doing this? You know, so much limitation. So, but they embraced the possibility, and I told my actors that you're on your own. You know, we did a lot of pre-talk, but at the set, you are the director. You tell me whether it was okay or not, because I cannot go into the details and check all the details of the emotions like I used to do with this, you know, behind the camera and the monitor. I really have to rely on their instinct. And also the cameraman, he couldn't really, was not very helpful. He also had to hide away from the camera. So actors were they on their own, and they was very embarrassed in the beginning, but they liked that position, and we became a real collaborator in a way. So we really have to trust each other in the mutual, and that's something is not possible in the tradition. There was some hierarchy, like I said, cut. Do it again, and what's wrong with it? I don't know. Just do it again. You know, that's the cinematic way of directing. But here, they just said like, you know, I didn't feel comfortable. Can you do it one more time? The problem was the action design, because action design for 360 cinema is extremely difficult. Shoot everything in the master shot, and one small problems, you really have to do it all over again. And the problem is that we cannot monitor that. So I had to go to all the extras and the choreographers, and we had a brief recap and saying everybody's okay or not, but we really have to cross our fingers because the details are all lost. And if you can see the final footages, there are certain shots or certain movements not acceptable in the professional level of the cinema, but that's the stage of VR, and I'm just happy that I could just make it work together in a way. But whenever I see it, I just oh no, that's not okay. God, that shouldn't be there in the final product. But you know, but I hope you still enjoy that.
Yeah. Well, I certainly enjoyed it. And for folks tuning in from home who haven't shot a cinematic VR piece before, the difficulty of monitoring is a very, very big deal. How many cameras did you shoot with, Singmu?
We used one master camera, which is Titan, but it's so much limitation, very hard to move. So I used the helmet cam to justify the movement. And it's like pseudo POV shot, which is most effective in VR. You actually first person's view, but it cannot be first person because you're not the actor. But by putting the helmet cam up your hand, and that's justify their military costumes and military operation. So that gave a lot of dynamic to the VR cinema, which is mostly static. You know, stick more on the stick and you don't move. So that justified. And one of the clever invention, I think, was that Titan has a limitation. You cannot go too close to your actors. There are certain distance you cannot cross. And then I really wanted to capture close-up of those actors because they're emotional, very intense love story in a way. So I thought about how can I justify 180 FOV, field of view, because I hate 180 cinema because that's not VR. So we kind of invented the way so that they use this kind of visors so that you kind of limit it to the 180. So you kind of see the other side. So if you look closely, when you look around, there are blacks and blacks. By doing that, I could change the camera, customized for that kind of close-up shot, just to wide angle lenses, so that I can go beyond the limitation of the Titan. So I use strict cameras altogether.
Well, for me as an audience member, I was entirely wrapped in those moments and didn't even notice the black beside me. But these sorts of challenges are definitely part of building the language of VR, either cinematic, documentary, animation, metaversal, volumetric. And the way that you are building or each exploring these different challenges is really fascinating to watch. It's fascinating to watch grow over time. And just to go to something that you said earlier, Singmu, I'm sure that the same way some directors are drawn to the challenge of it, I'm sure some actors are more drawn to the challenge of being alone in the room with the process versus the more supportive and interactive environment of a traditional film shoot. What did you find more challenging about each of the pieces that you all engaged with. I'll give you a moment to think about it, but what was the biggest challenge you encountered and how did you overcome it once you knew what you were making? And I'd love to start with you, Asvari.
Yeah, that there were a lot of limitations. I mean, not just that we were making it in the pandemic, but because this was a sort of grant-funded project, we did have a very, very tight timeline to create it. So it was just created within a time period of a few weeks. The first week just went in figuring out what is this vague concept that we're going to make around these themes. And it was possibly the most instinctive filmmaking that I've done, because there was such a short period of time. I had no time to sort of sit and, like pick at the small details and think and overthink and sort of get lost in the microscopic like details of, I feel like we all love to like do that, get lost in like the tiny nuances of our work, but I had like no time to do that at all. So everything was very sort of improvisational in a way, which is quite a big shift for me coming from animation where everything is so sort of controlled and planned. And I found that shift, in hindsight, it feels liberating, but at the time I found that shift quite jarring because it was a different way of processing information and trying to tell stories. I'm definitely a planner and I like to control things, which is why I got into animation in the first place. So this was quite interesting because so many things went wrong, so many things had to be redone, but because there was no time, we just had to like improvise. So much stuff that I thought I would end up doing all got sort of thrown out of the window, but it ended up becoming something that was a lot more instinctive and a lot more almost authentic, I would say, compared to if I had sat and like overthought things and, gotten like all up in my head about stuff. So that was a very challenging shift for me just in terms of the approach to filmmaking.
Wonderful. Juliana, tell us about a challenge you encountered and what you did to solve it.
I like Asavari's answer. I think the planning, I have to say, is the same thing. I knew when I went into the development and the design of both worlds, I had to make sure that it was really easy to create the world in a way that was beautiful and aesthetically pleasing and conducive to whatever theme I was creating. But when it came to, oh no, I got to put story in here, and I wanted to put story in here. And I also wanted to have people challenge the notion of what is art, how do you participate in art? So, if you're in a VR space, all of a sudden you are able to fly into the work, you can interact with the work in some sort of way. So I was trying to create a new kind of an experimental way by which people could participate instead. And so, looking at that was kind of interesting. And then determining, especially in VR, there are certain limitations, like when you're walking, you can only see this much in front of you, or so when you're turning around, how do you guide people to certain places? And then how are you able to use like just the simple things like words and music to actually, bring people into the piece without even having to write a lot of instructions. So, I used a lot of UX principles. Moving from from space to space, getting them through a tunnel, moving them around so that they don't get to see things on the right side or things on the left side. So when they actually turn around, wear their masks, all of a sudden there's a great big surprise in front of them. So, there was a lot of places where I had to figure out timing and sort of manipulation, kind of, moving people certain places, and then creating these Easter eggs by which people could sort of like investigate their own world and create their own story. Thanks. Good question.
Wonderful. Zayad, tell us something that was more challenging than you expected.
Wow. I'm very jealous that some pieces take like a few weeks to be made because that is so like the spirit of VR. I feel like it should just have this like energy. ours was like 5 years into the making, and we faced challenges at every step, even now in the distribution process of it. But I would say, really, just to give you like examples, just from the writing of it, how do you write from a first person, from a kid's perspective, like a 10-year-old, just forming language, and how do you write from an elderly lady who is starting to lose her memory and lose words. So it's like the exact opposite of like the child's perspective of language. And we did a lot of research of how we speak to ourselves at the first person or third person, and what's the rhythm of our own thoughts, like, and different people have like different ways of thinking internally, which is fascinating. But I think like one of the big challenges in production was trying to marry animation and live action footage with like proper transitions. And just the challenge that we're facing now is this like LBE experience, which was, as I was mentioning, like made for 4 computers, 3 gigabytes each station. So now our file is like 15 gigabytes, and to go into Quest 2 on the stores, it has to be like 2 or 2.5 gigabytes. So we're trying to figure out ways to compress for distribution and get back our whole, like, we did a whole like setup of a design, for the installation that we're really hoping to showcase soon.
Wonderful. Sungmu, what's a challenge that you faced on this project that you had to overcome?
Technical side of the challenges are everywhere, but that's either we can compromise or find a solution. The most difficult part for me was the storytelling, because the VR is very difficult to be subtle, but you don't want to be too melodramatic in a way. So find that balance, somehow to find a way to touch people with losing all my expertise as a traditional storyteller. So that was the most difficult part. And I shot some of the backstories and the logic behind it and how they like each other, and I just cut it out because it doesn't work. VR is like, you're just moving with the agents and fight the zombies. That's you have to tell the story to the gut of the audience, not their brains, at least for this piece. So that kind of thing, I made a lot of mistakes, and I find a way to make it work. But still, how to make the touching story in the VR medium is my ultimate goal, and it's the most difficult part of these challenges.
Well, I could not be happier that you're taking on this challenge, and that each of you have been taking on these challenges as creators with your breadth of expertise. One of the things I love most about VIFF Immersed every year is seeing how many submissions are coming from people who are entering the XR space for the first time. We have some people who we've seen submissions for in multiple years and had the joy of watching their creative growth. But even now, as VR and XR are more established, there's still the opportunity to be a first-time creator and do something amazing and innovative. We are running through our session time for today. So for my last question to each of you, what would be your advice to someone who is entering this space as a creator and looking to take on a new project and experiment outside their comfort zone? Let's see, would someone like to go first? All right, Sayad, it's you. Go ahead.
Sure. I would just say go into it like an explorer. Watch a lot of stuff. It's very recent, but like you can see everything that's been done in the past like 10 years or so, or do your research and try to do at least one little thing that goes like one step, pushes the medium one step further. And that already is a huge challenge. But for me, it's really like getting out the two-dimensional, directing, TV, film. It's more theatrical and dance, like use space as well, is very important.
Tremendous. Singwoo, you're up.
If you want to play safe, you shouldn't make VR. It challenges everything. And there is it's very difficult to be part of the birth of the medium. It happened 130 years ago when they invented cinema. Now it's your time. So you can actually build a new medium rather than be a part of it. So it's rare opportunity. I want you to explore that.
Yeah. Juliana, talk about building new mediums.
I'd say get out of your headset. Go out into the world and play. You know, people love stories, but maybe one of the things that I would advise people to do is like find out what moves you, because VR and AR and all of these XR technologies have a really profound way of communicating an expression of emotion. So make it impactful and don't let anybody stop you.
Aspari, take us home.
Well, I definitely like what everyone said. I mean, I think going into it with an open mind is really important, and it is becoming more and more accessible to use these technologies. I feel like maybe 5 years ago, I would be very intimidated and I would feel like I need a lot of technological know-how to get into these spaces, but I don't think that's true anymore. You know, you can sort of enter into these mediums from anywhere. I think they're quite forgiving. So I think it's important to just kind of like put your sort of presumptions aside and just dive in head first and just play. I think that's really important. And if you have fun, you're probably going to make something compelling and that's, you know, sort of meaningful to you and then therefore meaningful to anyone that watches it.
Thank you all so much for sharing your work with us, for sharing your expertise with us. I'm so excited to hear what the audience has to say about the work. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to tweet them, hashtag VIFF Immersed. We're always happy to connect you after the fact. And we really hope you will check out the exhibition between now and October 11th and check out some of the immersive market pitches coming up later today, as well as our next panel about the future of volumetric storytelling in virtual reality. And of course, last but never least, one of the great joys of Vancouver is it's a phenomenal ecosystem for virtual reality and XR creation of all kinds. I invite you to check out our VIFF Immersed Tech Crawl brought to us by DigiBC. You can find that at our Twitter, VIFFest and hashtag VIFF Immersed to check out some great Vancouver-based organizations that are working in XR and checking out their work as well. Thank you again to our global creators, everyone who submitted, everyone in the exhibition, and we hope you'll stay tuned and see some of the great work coming up later today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Sethurst. I'm Chief Storyteller at Storytech Immersive. Welcome to the VIFF Immersed XR Market panels. We're so glad to have you today. Our panel is the future of immersive storytelling, the rise and importance of volumetric filmmaking. And I have some very special guests with me today, and we're going to delve into this. Volumetric was talked about maybe 3 or 4 years ago, but it's come a very long way in a very short time. Our guests are Jenny Ogden, who's Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of 4D Fun, Christina Heller, the CEO of Metastage, Tobias Chen, the CEO of Volumetric Camera Systems, also a previous VIFF workshop speaker, and Michael Manzuri, the co-founder and CEO of Radio and Images. Welcome all. So we are going to start. Unfortunately, I know all of these folks, so hopefully by the time we're finished our panel today, you will know them all. I do want to tell you that at 12:30 today, following us, there is the first market pitching session. These are people that are pitching their projects for funding at the VIFF Immersed Market. There's some really great projects. If you happen to have the Museum of Other Reality, you can get inside your headset and see the trailers for these projects and some of the pitches for these projects. So here we go. Towards the end, you'll have plenty of time to ask questions of our guests. So I'd like to start with introductions. First, let me welcome Christina Heller from Metastage. Christina, tell us about you. Tell us about Metastage.
Oh, thanks, Brian. And it's so nice to be here with all of you today. I love talking about volumetric video and volumetric capture. My name's Christina. I've been working in immersive technology exclusively since the beginning of 2014, and it's been an amazing roller coaster and journey. And I had the privilege of starting Metastage in 2018. Metastage is a volumetric capture studio based in Los Angeles. We work with the Microsoft mixed reality capture volumetric technology. We have 106 cameras capturing a performer or a group of performers from every angle. And really what we're doing is trying to create the most authentic 3D capture of whatever's happening on stage. And it's the way, and I know we're going to talk about it a lot on this panel with everybody. It's the way to bring real, authentic human performances into virtual spaces. And so since we launched, I think we've done over 200 productions, and we've had award-winning projects, 2 Emmy nominations. It's been just an amazing journey, and I just feel grateful every day that I get to work with this tech.
Thank you, Christina. Jenny Ogden, Chief Operating Officer for 4D Fun.
Thank you, Brian. It's exciting to be here. I also love talking about all things immersive, and I've been doing it for quite some time. 4D Fun is a relatively new company. We opened our stage in May of 2021. And since then, we've been working with a lot of mostly music artists. It's really exciting. We have a 4D View system. It's a different system. It's a state-of-the-art AI-driven volumetric stage, and our system has 32 cameras. And the quality of the content that I'm seeing come out of the system just far surpassed what I expected. So I'm really excited about that. And we're working again a lot in the music space, and the stage is based in Culver City, open for all sorts of different productions.
And in the interest of full disclosure, Jenny and I are working together, so I'll try not to play favorites here. Michael Manzuri from Radiant Images.
Hey everyone, yes, I'm Michael Manzuri. I'm co-founder of a company called Radiant Images. Our main focus is on immersive technologies, whether it is in large dome experiences for live events or immersive technologies where volumetric and light fields play in both entertainment as well as simulations and training.
Thank you, Michael. Tobias Chen of Volumetric Camera Systems.
Yeah, I'm Tobias. I'm from a company called Volumetric Camera Systems, and we do photogrammetry scans of environments as well as volumetric capture and light field captures of actors, animals, all sorts of different moving things. We have a stage here in Vancouver, 3 stages, up to 300 4K cameras, and we capture up to a 10-meter capture volume.
Great. So now, thank you, everybody. So now we've hit like 3 major terms. We've hit volumetric, we've hit photogrammetry, we've hit LiDAR. So all of these are aspects of what we're going to talk about. So the first thing I think for our, you hear these words that are tossed about, but hopefully we have a lot of creators watching and a lot of people are curious about how volumetric, LiDAR, and photogrammetry can be used in storytelling. I want to say the way I work it for myself is that a VR camera is from the inside out and volumetric is from the outside in. So that's kind of how I define it for myself. So I'd like to go to Michael first with how you define volumetric for creators that are coming to you and curious about it.
Sure. The first thing we try to understand is the effect that we're trying to convey, because in volumetric, it's really different than terms where we hear like cinematic VR. It's completely opposite. To me, there's no such thing as cinematic VR, because in cinema we're constraining views. We're taking a frame and putting our stories in these small, tiny frames, and showing only what we want the participants to see, either by focus, where we want the focus to go, or where the framing is going. So for cinema, it's more about what we're holding back for the audience. And in immersive, especially in volumetric, it's the opposite. It allows the learners or the participants to live the story, to be part of it. And it's incredibly exciting. It is, to me, one of the most exciting things I've been involved in, and trying to figure out how the creatives are going to be leveraging this technology beyond what we're even understanding of its capabilities. So in volumetric, the learners or the participants have full range to what we call free viewpoint videos that allows the viewers to be anywhere in this space, whether that space is captured, the environment is captured in photogrammetry, LiDAR, or digital doubles of that, or if the subject matters, the actors are captured in volumetric or light field, where the viewers are able to look around the object and see it from multiple perspectives. So those are the key components, and we just try to figure out what is the best method for the storytellers and how they want to have an effect towards their viewers.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Christina now. This is challenging for me because the way it's broadcast, I'd love to see everybody at once so that I could just but Christina, I've actually had the privilege of visiting MetaStage and of course 4D funding. Christina, I'm the subject that you're going to be captured. Let's just say I'm doing a soliloquy from Hamlet, or even better, I'm singing a song. So I'm going to be captured on the stage. Mm-hmm. So how does that work? In other words, all of the camera work that's being done, you're basically capturing me in a 3D image. When Michael talks about being able to walk around, he's also talking about in the ultimate result inside a headset, you can walk around me. So how are you capturing me?
Yeah. So I think that a lot of times there's some confusion between volumetric capture and motion capture. And they both have a great place inside the immersive content creation ecosystem and are different tools for the job. So sometimes mocap is what you need and sometimes volumetric video is what you need. But one of the things that's awesome about volumetric video is it is really easy on the talent. Like once we've approved wardrobe or hair, you don't have to wear, the talent doesn't have to wear any special suits or anything like that. It can be done actually really fast if everything is all dialed in. I mean, if you're going out, let's say you're going to go sing your song, Brian, and I've given you, and your hair is already very volumetrically friendly, so you're good, and we like your outfit. You go out on the stage, and at that point, it's just we say action. You know, we've got our system so dialed in that we can, like, you know, we say action, the cameras and infrared cameras start to roll, and as you sing your song, we say cut, and you can head home at that point. That's kind of where the magic happens, and each one of us has different systems. So our technology in terms of how we capture and how we process that 3D asset might be different. But in our case, you know, we're using a combination of infrared and RGB data to create a very, very high quality, you know, fully 3D asset that is, you know, compressed to a tiny streamable file that you could then take that singing Brian and I can put him into augmented reality on my phone, and I can like move all around you and like check you out from every possible angle. You could sing right to my face if I'm wearing let's say HoloLens or AR glasses, you can really feel like you're singing right to me and I can have that intimate experience. Or we can put it into a VR headset, and now I can place you in the Sony Music Hall, and you're singing your song on, you know, a huge stage in front of a huge audience. So obviously I'm kind of oversimplifying. Like the pre-production process is very important because it's not a fix it in post type. It's not a fix it in post production process. It's a fix it in pre-production and then get the best possible capture so that when you integrate it into your post-production project, it's easy, it's ready to go, and you're off to the races.
Great. So Jenny, now you've done mostly music, so I'm not coming in to sing. I'm coming in to join a band. How is the spatial sound captured? Because I know your system is different, and there's so many questions here. Because Christina said yes, in pre-production you set it up. It's very easy on talent. I must say it's kind of very easy on crew and budget. Let's talk about that first. Let's talk about the crew, Jenny, that's needed in the stage for volumetric capture first, and then we'll talk about the sound.
Okay, so the only crew that's needed in the stage is one of our technicians to push the button. You probably want hair and makeup in the green room for getting ready, changing, that sort of thing. And other than that, as Christina mentioned, we had an artist come in and they're thinking like they've done a lot of music videos. It's a 14-hour day. There's a ton of retakes. And we just said, well, you perform live, right? Get in the stage and give us your performance. And he was done when the song was done. And he said, now what? Go to the beach. We're going to process that. We also had a band in the other day. We don't have a lot of limitations on what people can do. For instance, that was a hip hop artist. He had all his bling on. He had his diamond grill in his mouth, the whole 9 yards. And we did a quick test and, dialed it in and captured him. And it turned out amazing. And again, he came in and he performed his song live, just like he was on stage, and he was done for the day. We had another thing that we're really excited about our system is we've gotten it teched out to the point where we can do 90 minutes straight through volumetric capture. So we had a band come in, a hip hop group, 2 guys, and they got in, they got in the stage and they performed a full concert in the stage and we captured the whole thing.
How huge is that file?
It's massive. It's massive, but once it's processed, it's absolutely manageable, and that concert will be seen in VR come January when our platform releases. So.
Okay, I just want to ask about sound, and then Tobias, I'm giving you a heads up because I'm going to come back to you about how we put these people in environments. But sound, it would seem to me, according to Michael, I can walk around. It would seem to me that whatever position I'm going to witness that band in, if I can walk around, that the spatially oriented sound would be very important. Can you talk a little bit about the sound capture? Jenny.
Back to me again, sure.
You said Tobias or me?
I said Jenny. Sorry, Mike.
Okay, good.
Jenny.
Okay, so we've got our sound set up for spatial sound, and so yes, you would be able to walk around and hear sound coming from all directions.
And the quality of that sound, obviously, Matt, I'm assuming that this is very high resolution that's being captured.
Yes.
Maybe even greater resolution than we can see in a headset right now. Yes.
Oh, what's being captured? Yes, absolutely. And one of the things that's amazing as well, since our system is AI driven,
okay, I'm going to stop you right there. What does AI driven mean?
It's an artificial intelligence driven system. So it gives us a lot of flexibility and really helps us to future-proof content. So
in terms of the
we can tell it what resolution to process it in. Right now in the headset, what we process it as is something that's a package that's small enough that's viewable in VR. In the future, if they then said, you know, we want to license that content for whatever, a Cheetos commercial, and we need it processed at 16K. Then we can go back and tell the system, okay, this is what we're processing it at. And the AI has the ability to fill in that extra data to, you know, then give us the resolution that's required for that.
Got it. Got it. Okay, Tobias. So me and the band, we've come into your stage. We've performed like 2 of our hits. And our manager has said, you know what? We want these guys to perform in Berlin. We want you to put them in Berlin. How are we going to do that?
Sure. Well, there's 2 ways of thinking about that problem. The first way is that in our system, the unique thing is that our system is fully portable. So we can pack it up, bring it to Berlin, set it up there and shoot them over there. The second way to think of it is more of an environment placement question, where you could go to Berlin, take a LiDAR scanner and scan Berlin at a very high resolution. Then once you have that 3D environment file, you can put it into something like Unreal Engine or Unity, and then drop in the scan into the volumetric capture to the scan. Once you do that, there's kind of 2 paths you can take. The first path is an unlit path where everything is exactly the way you shot it, both in the volumetric capture and in the LiDAR scan. And the second way is to relight everything and to have dynamic lighting, and whatever the lighting situation is like in Berlin, you can project that on top of the volumetric capture.
Okay, so that is a post thing, right? In the volumetric capture. Okay, you're scanning in LiDAR. What is the difference, Tobias, between volumetric and photogrammetry?
So it's actually the same thing. In some cases it's different, but in a lot of cases it's just called structure from motion. So at the end of the day, you have a bunch of cameras all around you recording something happening. If you're doing an environment and you're doing photogrammetry, instead of having multiple cameras, you have one camera and you're moving that camera around the environment. So either way, you're getting multiple samples of data of something, but you can either do it with multiple cameras recording something moving, or a single camera moving around the scene to get you the same kind of information. Photogrammetry typically gets you scans of static environments, things that aren't moving, and volumetric video and light fields are typically used for things that are moving, like animals or actors.
Okay, great. So if you're shooting the band, if you're going to put the band and I in Berlin, say in front of the Siegersäule, the big tower, but there's lots of people and stuff around, and we're performing at the base, you could actually film that all in volumetric. So the action is taking place around the band and the band is plunked into the center, right?
Sure. For something like that, you'd probably use a drone or a helicopter or something to go in and scan that entire environment. And then once you have that as a 3D model, you can then teleport your volumetric capture to that environment.
Okay, so we're really talking about volumetric capture being a form of, we're hearing all this stuff about virtual production and sets. and there's AR wall and there, but this is just for standard movies. What we're talking about when you're talking about volumetric scanning of a location, you're talking about a 360 virtual production capture, then anything can be put in that environment, yes?
Yeah, like kind of creating a digital double of an existing place in the existing world. The same way that you're capturing a person, now you're capturing a place.
Okay, and you talked about lighting. So can you adjust lighting on the volumetric after it's shot?
A little bit. So as long as the lighting at the time of capture is pretty diffuse and even, you can to some extent relight it. But if you want to do a real fully relit model to the highest possible quality, you really want to shoot your volumetric characters instead of a light stage to get you normal maps on top of all of your topology as well, which is a totally different system that's going to be a lot more expensive to use.
This is like, so yes, I can remember getting budgets from all of you. This is incredibly exciting. Michael, I don't want to give any proprietary information away, but when I talked to you about, we were doing a music festival, and I talked to you about building, you had already built a volumetric dome that was portable. And I asked you if we could put interview subjects in that and actually live stream in volumetric. Can you talk about volumetric live streaming? And
yeah, I mean, well, I would say volumetric live stream right now, from my quality level, my personal opinion, it still has a lot of work left. I would not do for the visual experience that people are used to. We're used to seeing things in incredible high resolution and detail. So to replace that with something that can be done in live with things, I would say we still have a lot of work to do, but we've experimented a lot with our partners around the world and live streaming in volumetric, because that is the holy grail and everyone is trying to achieve. Because now you're bringing that experience in real time to someone else, and they can interact inside that experience as if they were there. So it's incredible. Yeah, I mean, we do have a portable unit as well that we've installed at Sony Pictures, and we're working with Sony Electronics on several other things that I cannot describe right now, but I can just say that we're working on that solve.
So I want to ask if you think that 5G, because there's a lot of talk about 5G right now, and if volumetric is the holy grail, 5G actually enables communication without hard wires between cameras and between control rooms. Is 5G going to make volumetric streaming live possible?
Yeah, so I'll tell you why we're experimenting a lot in 5G and use cases, both in commercial as well as private 5G. Main reason is obviously we want to be tetherless. We want to get rid of the cable so that people can interact. The other thing is breaking the boundaries of going beyond 4K resolution or 60 frames. So the higher the resolution, the higher the fidelity, the more immersive the feeling is. The more frames, the way it's captured and streamed, the more hyper real it will sense. So we need a highway system for that, and the traditional highway system for that to be wireless isn't capable. So 5G gives us that capability. If we leverage it in private cellular, we can only allocate to the few subscribers that we want to activate. And if we do it on a commercial basis, which we've been experimenting with a lot of the telcos, then we can send it live, stream it into these headsets at the highest resolution, highest quality. We've done a lot of experiments in 5G doing 8K live and inside of a dome, as well as headsets. So I think there's a lot of capabilities in 5G. Is it available everywhere? I'd say now it is. Brian, you and I just did a project together at Cinegear. We did an entire live broadcast, multiple streams going all up. We displaced the satellite truck and ISP. And that proved the case of we can do these incredible new experiences that keeps everyone focused, especially what you guys created with Congreco, which allows us to have a 360 environment. And now we're able to have the viewers select and see all the different experiences without leaving the channel, without changing the YouTube channel to see it, but they can have that immersive experience. So I just think 5G allows us to do that. And that case study was what you and I just did together.
I think the idea of being able to be in the presence of someone and ask live questions in a live volumetric stream is exceedingly exciting. Okay, Christina, here we go. How many people can the stage accommodate? Because I actually want to do a theater piece on the meta stage, and I'm going to bring up an issue. So, I not only am I bringing you, how many people can you accommodate?
Oh, so we generally recommend no more than 4. It's not because we can't actually capture more than 4. It's just we kind of hold ourselves to a quality bar, and I think once you go more than 4, you start to diminish the quality of all the captures. But we've done more groups than that. It just depends on your threshold for quality.
But just for example, I mean, in film you've got shooting close-ups. Sometimes the other actor stands behind the camera. Most times they do not. So you conceivably could shoot several people separately in volumetric and then put them all on the same stage, yes?
Totally. I mean, I think, right now at MetaStage, we have a 10-foot diameter circle that we're working inside. And I think it's a little bit of a false limitation, to be honest. It's actually just like, in terms of the physical construction of our studio at the moment, like we're maxed out right now at 10, but we're getting these like beautiful captures at 10 feet. So I think that, as, things to come, we're looking at, in the next year, starting to test with bigger capture volumes, which will allow for more natural, dynamics with actors and things like that. But the way we work with it now is it's a fun creative challenge. We'll use tape for eye lines. We'll do audio playback so that actors can like react to the verbal cues that they need to. And we've made it work. And I think that's one of the benefits of working with MetaStage is that we're really production people. We're like hardcore production people. So that means that like there's no challenge that you're going to throw at us that we're not going to like try to come up with some kind of a creative solution for. And like and that's our job, is to try to like take your dreams and make it, into a reality somehow. And obviously there's some things we just like cannot do, but if we can try to figure it out, we will.
Okay, so conceivably, we can shoot our actors separately as you would in a film, and we can put them together. We could actually shoot a stage. We'll go to Tobias for that. We'll shoot the stage so that we actually have the performance. We can actually have those characters walk. Maybe we can have them walk on the stage around.
Yeah, we actually have an Infinideck too. I want to throw that out. We have an omnidirectional treadmill. So we've been doing omnidirectional treadmill tests. I mean, like I said, we're always trying to make it work. So yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to throw this question out to everyone. So I actually have, let's see, who should I have? I actually have Scarlett Johansson, and she's going to be the star of what we're shooting. And her manager has come to me and said, whoa. So you're going to have a digital image of her. Can you manipulate that image any way you want? Because I don't know if I want an image shot of her that you can play with, and I don't know what's your contract look like. I'm throwing this out to all of you, because as we start to get more people, and I also just think that there will be the combination of virtual reality sets. I think these things will combine, like virtual reality, LiDAR, photogrammetry. I think all these will combine, but it does bring up issues for the rights to digital images and the manipulation of digital images. So is that the brave new world we're walking into? I'm throwing this open to everybody. What do we do about that?
I can say a little bit about what we're doing about that. So right now with our artists, we're doing smart contracts on the blockchain and giving them the ultimate control, or their future estates the ultimate control of what is done with that content. So if they want to.
So you're not able, you don't have their image. I guess I'm asking,
Can it be
probably about
manipulated? Yes.
security. Like those files have to be like super locked, because anybody, if they hack it, could take that, and then you have a deep fake, right?
Yeah, yeah. So we
I hate to get controversial here, but we're walking on new territory, and it's legally it hasn't been like fully defined yet, right?
No. Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
you brought up. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, yeah, we're actually in the same phase when we had, digital albums, right? There was companies like Napster that figured out a way to make it available for free for everyone. So yes, there are, with every new emergent technology, there are cautions. We have to be careful. Can it be manipulated? Sure. Just like the movie poster, someone can manipulate and put a mustache on your lead actor too. So of course it can happen. But if your question is, can they digitally manipulate, rig the person? And that answer is yes, it can happen. But I think there's great safekeeping, custody of content. I mean, our industry, especially in motion picture, we're probably the most strictest with distribution and content allocation. I mean, anyone that's ever had to deal with that.
These are bringing up so many issues. Okay, next question, Tobias. Okay, great. So now Scarlett has come in, and what's happened is I, as her agent, I have actually signed a contract for her to appear in a specific metaverse. Let's define metaverse first. Who wants to define metaverse? Anyone?
By the way, if Scarlett's coming in, I work for free. Just so you put it out.
Okay, so
I'll take a crack at metaverse. So
okay,
I mean the metaverse is ultimately supposed to be an open source digital overlay of reality.
Unless you're in video, or yes, go ahead.
Yes. So it's a virtual environment that's really kind of a digital overlay of the physical environment. So you have the ability to go in as your digital self ultimately when we get there, and we will get there, but it shouldn't be owned by one company. So for instance, you hear a lot about Facebook saying we're building the metaverse. Well, they're building a branded Facebook platform. They're not really building a metaverse. So, you should be able to take your digital t-shirts, your digital clothing, your digital objects that you've purchased on the metaverse and take them with you.
Okay, so now we're in a digital universe. We could actually be in a virtual metaverse, correct? Mm-hmm. Now, Tobias, I would like Scarlett Johansson to guest with me on an interview show in the metaverse, not motion capture, or maybe I just want her to be a character. Maybe she has a set of things that are prescribed. Maybe she's like controlled by an AI, but it's her image. How am I going to do that? How am I putting her? I guess my question here, Tobias, is taking the images that you make in volumetric of human beings, actors, whatnot, and putting them into the metaverse. Or even maybe I want Scarlett Johansson in my living room, in my environment in the metaverse, so I buy her. But how does that work?
So there's two ways to think about that. The first way, if you want to do interviews with her, you'd probably want to do it through some kind of live streaming capability. And through that, it wouldn't really be a photogrammetry volumetric capture type of system, but it would be more of a depth sensors kind of system, like something like an Xbox Kinect, where I think there's a Theta V and Mantis Vision all do a kind of a depth sensor kind of approach, where they're not using a whole bunch of video cameras recording straight videos, but they're actually using structured light, and they're doing all sorts of real-time live reconstructions to get you a stream that can go into the metaverse. The second way of approaching the problem is to create a digital avatar of her. And this also, I'd say, is probably not volumetric capture. You'd simply go to a photogrammetry body scanning studio, scan their body in really high quality, and then you can rig them up and have them say all sorts of weird stuff through motion capture and facial retargeting. So I'd say if you want to do an interview of her, yeah, your two options are live streaming or motion capture or body scans. Probably not a straight volumetric capture where you're pre-recording something and playing it back. It'd be a different kind of approach.
So, I mean, I'm actually bringing up what I think might be future challenges, but I want to go back to Jenny for a moment because you mentioned the blockchain.
Yes.
So now we have NFTs. Mm-hmm. We have I mean, I don't own a cyberpunk image yet. Maybe I will. But these are works of digital art. You have Christie's involved. You have, you know, all sorts of people dropping NFTs, meaning that you can bid and buy them.
Yes.
A volumetric image of something, of someone, could conceivably be an NFT, could be sold in an NFT market like OpenSea or something like that. Correct?
Yes. Correct.
So wow. So I can see Tobias, because his system is portable. I can see him running around and capturing things and dropping them as NFTs, but I can also see on Metastage and on 4D Fun Inkstage, I can also see that. Christina, is that something that you guys are looking into?
Yeah, we've actually worked on projects that have been successful NFT drops. If you look at like Jadu, for instance, that's a company we do a lot of work with. We did a really interesting campaign for Juneteenth this year, where we captured the original Black creators of the dances that became popular on TikTok and largely benefited the white creators that kind of took their dances and ran with it. So what Jadu did was they got the original creators in to Metastage. We did volumetric captures of them doing their TikTok dances. And then on OpenSea, Jadu released NFTs of those dances, which I could be wrong. Don't hold me to this, but I believe that you might have gotten a looking glass display, which is a cool 3D display, like almost photographic display that you can look at 3D images in. So I believe that for your NFT, you definitely got some kind of a way to engage with your capture of that artist. And I mean, they did very well. I mean, I think, you know, at least tens of thousands of dollars, you know, per NFT of each creator. And then one of the more successful campaigns we also contributed to, which wasn't for an immersive activation, was Pussy Riot, the Russian musician. We helped make a music video where in the music video, which was all created in Unity, Nadia, who's Pussy Riot, is all volumetrically captured. And so that's just one thing to note, is you can use volumetric assets in virtual production scenarios in Unity or Unreal. And what it allows is, you know, you to do incredible camera moves and things like that are super fun. I just wanted to throw that out there. So this music video we made for the Pussy Riot song Panic Attack, again, Jadu did a NFT release on OpenSea, gave 4 NFTs of this music video out, and they made $350,000. Most of it went to survivors of domestic abuse. So so like a couple of experiments here and there. Not all NFT campaigns are the same. You have to be smart about, you know, who the artist is, the like how you run the actual auction or the campaign itself, and it should probably be tied to a larger narrative. Like why do I think that purchasing this asset? Why do I want to purchase this asset? Is it because I think it's going to benefit humanity, because I want to support the artist? Or do I think it's going to go up in value? You know, if I buy this now, do I think it's going to be worth 4 times as much, like in a week or in a month? So, yeah.
So, Jenny, when I first visited the studio, there were musical artists, there was music being shot, extremely exciting. And for me, just to sit and watch and see how all that was being done. But you're working with a lot of bands. Do they come in and say, okay, we want this to be an NFT, and how are you guys handling NFTs?
Okay, so yes, most of the performances that come in are minted as NFTs, and the artist has that option of how they want to deal with that in NFT. Do they want to auction it right away? Do they want to hold and auction it through the platform we're building? Do they want to hold it and provide it as a concert with ticketed sales of that concert experience? Do they want to sell it to somebody who can act as a promoter and sell ticketed concert experiences on the platform? Either way, we've got our NFTs on the blockchain, and once that's brought into the platform, even if there's 10 different concerts of that minted NFT concert experience, the artist that either owns it or has sold that NFT will continue to get paid for the tickets on each ticket that's sold.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, this whole NFT new revolution, it's actually blown my mind. You won't believe the incredible things we've been capturing in photogrammetry and what we call hyper resolution, which lets you fractionalize the content. Like, you're able to buy effectively pixels because you're capturing it in the craziest resolution on the planet that is not even possible with one single.
Okay, so I got to stop you for a second. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're fractionalizing
A piece of art, let's say a Babe Ruth baseball or a piece of artwork, but you're capturing in the craziest resolution, in hyper resolution, which allows you to zoom in to a point that the human eye could never ever see. No other camera could do this.
I get that, but what I don't get, and I can't believe we've ended up in this NFT discussion.
No, it's exciting. All these crazy things.
But
blows my mind.
What we're talking about now is owning a piece of an asset.
Yeah,
but
fractionalizing it. So now millions of people can own it, not just one person.
Right.
No,
but that piece of the
it's
asset
like the stock market, basically.
That piece of the asset, in order for it to be worth something, has to be part of the entire asset, right?
So you bid on pieces that you want. If you want to get the whole picture, you buy the eye, that costs X amount. So you're building the entire structure. But this can only be done when you're doing things beyond like volumetric, and like you go to the next level of like hyper resolution, where it's, billions, of pixels that you can sell fractionalized.
Unbelievable. Okay, since this
That's
is
interesting, like a puzzle.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like a puzzle. So you're building the pieces of puzzle, and it's enough resolution that you can make sense of it, because if you're just doing it with traditional cameras, you can't.
But you're gonna need my piece of the puzzle to complete the picture.
Exactly.
So you're gonna bid for my piece of the puzzle. I get it. It's crazy. I get it.
It's really crazy stuff.
It's off to crazy town. Okay. Since this is VIFF Immersed and we are about excellence in storytelling, I want to get back to the power of volumetric and storytelling and kind of where you all see us going. So I'm going to start with Tobias in terms of the power of volumetric for the storytellers. For those storytellers that are watching, how can they use volumetric to tell their story based on your experience so far?
I think it's still really early in terms of storytelling for narrative content. If you're trying to do narrative content where someone is going through a series of actions and something's happening to that character, like a traditional movie, this is something that there's not much, I guess you could call it cinematic vocabulary that's been built up in volumetric, and no one really knows how to do this. And I personally haven't seen a really good implementation of it. What I think works really well is taking traditional performances in the real world and then teleporting them into the VR AR world. So for example, things like musical performances, things like dances, if you can have a really world-class dancer that can really emote with their full body, and the whole, like if you go to in New York, if you go to a dance hall and you watch a really powerful dance performance, it can bring you to tears. And then capturing something like that in volumetric, that works really well and can make that experience a lot more accessible to a lot more people. But in terms of narrative storytelling, with plot and with beginning, middle, and end with the narrative wheel and everything, I haven't seen a good implementation of that in volumetric. So I don't know if that's a helpful answer.
No, I listen, we are at, as with anything, this medium moves so fast. There's a lot of hype that comes with it. And there's a lot of sorting out the truth. I have to say, from my working with Michael in the past, who completely supports storytellers, he's able to explain things in a way that might support storytellers, but you're absolutely right. We're at a brave new medium. I want to go to Christina. Has anybody come to you with a narrative challenge and how.
Yeah. Actually, we've been working with Michael. We've been
I know.
Yeah, we've been doing some really cool work with branching. So branching narrative is the way is an exciting kind of creative development in volumetric video because you can do it.
Let's define branching narrative for the audience.
Sure. So a branching narrative it's almost like a decision tree or a tournament style structure where, you know, basically I'm going to use an example because I think that'll make sense. So let's say we wanted to create an experience where you're having a conversation with another person in volumetric capture. So there's a scene will play out where maybe the volumetric hologram will have a conversation with you, and at some point you're given an option to make a choice, and you can make that choice in a variety of ways. It can be done orally, like you can speak and make a choice. You can actually you can get multiple choice selection, and you can make a choice gesturally. And at that point, then there's some predetermined scenarios that happen as in almost like a choose your own adventure scenario. There's predetermined consequences for your choice. So if I said, Brian, should I have a cupcake or should I, have a slice of pie? And then I would go to an idle pose while I'm waiting for you to make your choice. And then you'd say, I'd like you to eat a cupcake. And then I have something predetermined where I'm like, okay, thanks, I'm gonna eat a cupcake now, and I eat a cupcake. And you can do an elaborate branching narrative structure in that capacity, and it's really good specifically for training, which is, a method of storytelling, in terms of it. And actually, why don't I pass it to you, Michael, since we are working on the project and you guys have done such great work, if you wanna.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is a very exciting new capabilities that I think with every great technology, once you actually peel away the technology, it has to stand on its own. It has to have an impact, and that's what we do all the time. We don't care about the hype, and we try to shun that away. And I do agree with you, Brian. I think most new forms of technology are ushered in by evangelists, not by the real people who are actually breaking paths towards this. So from our experience, I agree with Christina, there's actually incredible new story mechanics. And these are about living through experiences. So I also agree with Tobias, there is the traditional method of utilizing how we've told traditional stories. It just doesn't work. Just like we had radio programming and then we ushered in television programming, right? You couldn't use radio programming for television. They tried, it failed. What worked was a new method and new ideas. And this is what we're experimenting with a lot. My partner, Rodrigo, and I, and a lot of other brave people out there, we're working with these new branching narratives, which really in essence means how we convey stories right now. You ask me a question, any place, you don't have to follow a linear path of gathering the story. This is incredibly helpful and an enabler for trainings and simulations, because I don't want to watch the entire YouTube video to understand how to make that egg omelet. I just want to ask and get it, and then ask again, and then try it from a different perspective. So this ushers in new capabilities of putting people in spaces. And if we try to use the cinematic approach and all these other things that are not really the right form for this new branching narrative.
I have to kind of disagree. I think that is one form, but I think in the hands of another storyteller, there might be something else there. And so I think as you define one form, the paint box, the toolbox, this is why I think volumetric is so exciting. And hopefully, I mean, it's kind of expensive right now, but hopefully as everything does come down in price and does become more accessible, storytellers or directors who are thinking in certain terms will find different uses. So while I think the branching narrative is great, and I think it's perfect for training, I also, as a writer and as a producer, I'm thinking completely differently and wanting to experiment completely differently in terms of a cinematic narrative. There are so many different levels of storytelling. there's the level where I give you everything and you come along for the journey. And then there's the story where I give you everything and it's fan fiction. And there's a big continuum between that. And I can see this going along that continuum, just inserting my personal opinion.
No, it's
good. It's good. I have to say one thing about volumetric too is, you know, you get your performer or performers in the stage and they hit that perfect note. They get that perfect performance out of them. You're done. You have every angle you could ever wish for. You can decide your lighting, your camera moves, your environment in post. And there's no reverse shots and pickup shots and this and that and the other. You've got all of your angles already. You can send your, first of all, you don't have the big expensive crew there. You don't have your, you know, your grip and gaffer and best boy in the stage, your camera team in the stage, your AC, your 20 PAs. You don't have any of that in the stage. So I think that there's a lot of places where you can balance out those budgets. And you also don't have the, you know, okay, now you got that, let's get the reverse. Let's get this, let's get that, let's get it from, you know, camera B. You don't have any of that to really concern yourself with. And if you have such a large degree of control, your director could say later, I wish that was a drone shot. Well, make it a drone shot. It's all done in Game Engine. So.
Yeah, you know, Brian, I couldn't agree anymore. You know, in our industry, the most expensive words is what if, right? When someone says what if, it's typically very, very expensive. The great thing about what we're trying to better understand and leverage is the stuff that we're also doing right now in virtual production. That what if I need to see this angle as the car goes by is not possible because you've over captured it. You over sampled everything from not just 360, but also depth. So the cameras can now freely move around, and that's subject matter too. So what if is now a new possibility. Before it was the most expensive thing. There was no such thing as a what if cheap. It's always, ooh, that's going to cost us something. So I think I agree 100%.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that too.
With Michael, I'm sorry, Christina, go ahead.
I want to jump in on this too, because we had a really great experience recently with RGA in New York doing a Charlie XEX commercial for Samsung earbuds. And they did some really experimental VFX workflows when it comes to volumetric capture and integrating it into what was in the final piece, a 30-second commercial. So we shot a combination of close-up against green screen and then like super, super high resolution captures of Charlie XEX at Metastage. And a couple of things I want to point out. One was they did a bunch of stuff on the green screen because they were nervous that the volumetric capture wouldn't hold up to the close-ups, but that actually wasn't true. They were able to do so much with the volumetric video that they only used it for like basically the opening and closing earbud shot. And then the other thing was they were emphatic that they had saved so much money doing this approach by using the volumetric capture of Charlie and then placing her in all of these different environments when they were originally discussing bringing her to physical locations. So in any, it's all case by case, but I heard directly from them on this that like not only were the clients super happy with the final result of the earbud commercial, but also they had saved a lot of money with this volumetric video approach. So again, just depends on where you're.
Yes, I can see case by case, and I can also see. I mean, I have asked Christina. I've asked you the what if question. Jenny, I've asked you the what if question. Michael, I've asked you the what if.
A lot of times.
Bias in the middle of your presentation in Vancouver, I asked you the what if question.
Yeah.
So I do believe this is what's so great about VR and XR and storytelling and the medium, because the more there isn't necessarily a defined language. And I think that's an advantage.
Yeah, it is.
Because then you don't have to, you make a rule, you break a rule. And that's what's great. I just want to prompt the audience. We don't have much time left, but if there are any questions you would like to ask our guests, the VIFF staff, Kinga and company, will help us get those questions to us. I want to say in the time that we have left of just one other thing, because I was thinking of all of this when I asked Tobias the question was, this seems particularly good for documentary filmmaking. because the thing that I always missed in traditional documentary is that you're always at arm's length from the subject. So you can only get so intimate with the person that's talking to you about their experience. So Jenny, documentaries, done them, doing them?
Doing them.
And what is this, the people that come in as the subjects, what has been their reaction?
So we haven't, we're in process of developing some documentary style productions, but we haven't shot any yet. So I can tell you in a couple of months.
Great. I can only imagine that people who have never experienced volumetric before, when they see themselves in volumetric, it's probably worse than hearing a recording of your own voice, because probably what you're going to do is
not if it's your voice.
Yeah,
it's
as you know, because you've been by the studio, we've tried to create an environment that's a lot of fun to kind of take that, oh my God, I'm in a big green stage, moment away. And so I know that when we put an artist in there and say, okay, perform a concert to a green wall and a bunch of lights, that they don't have that intimidation factor as much. So, we've
very quickly, I'm going to go one at a time to ask you where we're headed. We've got a few minutes left, so like 2 minutes a person. Tobias, where are we headed with this? What's your prediction? 5 years?
We're headed to a space where the technology gets a lot cheaper to use, and a lot of more people are able to use it. And I think as filmmakers, if people out there are interested in experimenting in this medium, I would suggest using the existing devices that are out there. Like iPhones these days have really good LiDARs. You can get Kinect sensors from Microsoft and all sorts of really cheap, accessible technologies that allow you to start experimenting maybe at a lower level. And then once the high end becomes more affordable, then you'll be able to move into using the high end stages. But I'd suggest everyone to start experimenting with existing devices.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten into LiDAR. Just as a quick summary, it does see as your human eye sees light. So that's something you can all Google. But the new iPhone, the 13, is even better than before. So yes, I agree. Christina, 5 years from now.
Oh, well, geez, 5 years from now. I mean, I think that 3D spatial media will be a commonly accessed way of engaging with things. And it will be, in reference to the things we've been talking about, you'll be able to easily visit locations around the world without having to leave your home. You'll be able to see amazing concerts from the comfort and safety of your home. And I think that volumetric video will be, everywhere. Volumetric video and photogrammetry will be everywhere and just a part of our everyday lives.
Jenny, 5 years from now, and advice for creators.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so 5 years plus from now, we're going to be really in a spatial computing environment. People are going to have their glass like they have their iPhones. And I really believe that music really drove the adoption of smartphones, and it's also going to drive the spatial computing future that we're going to see. So, having a shared house concert experience with your favorite artist in your living room, and everybody's wearing their glasses is going to be a reality. And that's something that we're really pushing towards and really trying to democratize technology for artists for that reason.
And you're talking about AR glasses, not VR headsets.
Yes, yeah. Right now we're putting things in VR, but everything that we're creating with our artists will be available in the future of spatial computing glass as well. So our team was one of the really early developers in Magic Leap. And I think the architecture for that Magic Leap built on is going to be extended into what Apple's going to be releasing in the near future. So
excellent. Michael, 5 years from now.
I'm just trying to get over just getting by today, but 5 years from now, that's a big stretch. It's good to always aim to see what this technology could bring to us 5 years from now. And we have to look at that. We always are faced with where can it go? And I feel there's definitely a lot of impact. The biggest impact that I see is in how we communicate and how our thoughts and feelings could be expressed. I think there's also a lot of improvements that we need to keep focusing on, and just also about the overall experience, which is right now really focused on a solitude experience. We have to start thinking about how we make this viewer's experience as a much more communal and shared experience. So I think once we get that, I think the adaptation will be just incredible. It's like the real reason we watch movies with friends and family. It's just this communal experience, that's a shared experience, and it gives us a different overall experience than just watching it by ourselves. Once we've mastered that, once we figure that out, and once the quality of volumetric gets into to the next level, I think the adaptation will be incredible. And what it offers is content creators now have a new tool set. And the content creators now are everyone. Everyone's a content creator.
Yep. All right, very quickly, metastage.com.
Yeah, metastage.com if you want to reach out to us, team at Metastage. And then, yeah, we're on all the social media.
Jenny, 4dfun.io, for the letter D, fun.io. Michael, radiantimages.com.
Or best way, just get a hold of me on LinkedIn. I check it once a month.
Tobias,
volumetriccamerasystems.com.
Everyone, thank you so much for joining. What a lively discussion. Christina, Jenny, Michael, Tobias, I'm not ashamed to say I love you all and I love what you do for the industry. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope we get together 5 years from now. Thank you for watching, everyone. So long.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to VIFF Immersed XR Market pitching session number 1. We've got an amazing lineup of 8 projects from some of my favorite artists across the immersive landscape. And to get started, I'm going to welcome Samuel with Call Me Calamity. While Samuel's joining us, I'm going to give you all a quick rundown of how this is going to work. Each team is going to give a 5-minute presentation of their project. These are all projects that are in development. These are all projects that are looking for support, looking for distribution, looking for collaborators, looking for funding. They'll present for 5 minutes, and then there'll be a chance for question and answers from some decision makers that we've invited to join, as well as from the community in general. So when you're watching these presentations, please make a mental note of any questions you have for the artist. There'll be an opportunity to ask those questions after they present. My name is Renee Pinnell, if I haven't said that already. I'm the founder of Artisan. We're the largest marketplace for artist grants, and all of these projects are in competition for the VIFF Immersed Grant. So you also will have the opportunity to vote for these projects to see which one you want to win the grant. And actually Call Me Calamity, I think, is the number 2 ranked project as of right now. So congratulations, Samuel, on that. Let's see if the audience can put you over the top. With that, why don't you take it away, Samuel?
Thank you, René. Hello, everyone. Le Poil from Tamanoir Immersive Studio. I'm the author and creative director for this experience called Call Me Calamity. I created this experience to share the moving story of the woman I believe to be the first stand-up comedian in the US, using a setup where one actress can embody all the characters, thanks to VR. What I'm gonna show you now is a short video presenting images of the numerous beta tests that we have done with our completed standalone prototype. They proved the great potential of engagement for different profiles of audiences. They also will give you an idea of the artistic direction you will be experiencing in the headset. I first met the real person behind the legend of Calamity, Martha Jane Canary, reading the letters she wrote to her daughter. I was fascinated by the story of this woman who was destined to become a key female figure in the American history. Orphaned at 13 years old, she lived through the horror of the Far West by telling stories, first to herself, then to anyone who wanted to pay to hear them. To survive, she had to transform into an incredible actress and storyteller. This experience wants to tell the story of how Martha Jane Canary became Calamity Jane. To do so, we have created a setup at the frontier between immersive theater and virtual reality. When the 12 participants put on their virtual reality headsets, they are faced with a Calamity Jane played by an actress in motion capture. As she tells her story, virtual reality allows her to change environment and incarnate new characters at will. To allow the storytelling power of Calamity to be reborn thanks to technology, we gave the actress an incredible playground for improvisation. To create this project, we've brought together a small studio known for his visual achievement in the VR experiences such as Ayahuasca or Seven Lives, among others, and Tamanoir Immersive Studio, a team specialized in projects mixing immersive technology, performing, and live arts. In terms of distributions, the specificity of this experience lies in its quick and inexpensive setup. Only 1 hour will be necessary to set up Call Me Calamity, which can be adapted to each cultural venue. Indeed, the device is light and can fit in a suitcase, since 12 headsets, 4 speakers, and a motion capture suite are the only technical element needed. We've secured 50K in funds from the CNC and the Paris City Council. After several user tests and prototypes, we've made a short version of the experience with a 30 minutes length. This version enabled us to check the engagement of the participant playing the role of Jane's sibling in this prequel story. To develop the final version of the show, which will last about 45 minutes, we are looking for places interested in the experience, like museums, theaters, other cultural institutions, or LBEs interested in a new live experience. With this experience, we want to bring back Calamity Jane to the stage and tell the story of a woman that may be the first stand-up comedian of the United States. Thanks, Renee, Artisan, and the VIFF Market team for hosting this session. Should anyone have any question or feel like receiving material like the deck or the full video we've made of the beta test, please feel free to contact us here. And good luck to all your beautiful projects. I will just drop the link if you want to vote for Calamity Jane in the chat. I will drop the link so everyone can vote. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Samuel. Great job. That was a beautiful presentation. It's clear that your project is so far along. Really, really well done. So I would love to invite any of the decision makers that we have joining us to join us. You can either throw your feedback into the chat and I will reiterate it verbally out, or you can turn your camera on and come in and ask your question yourself. And while they're doing that, I will ask some questions of my own. So, you know, you are a French person. You are not an American. How did you discover Calamity Jane as a character? Do you have a love of the West? What drew you to this person?
Actually, I studied American history at my first years of post-graduation. So I discovered her there, and I read her letters while doing that, and that was like, I don't know. She seems to me a key characters of this era, and but also really like kind of legendary, and people don't, at least in France, people don't know she really existed. So it was kind of my duty to have this more historical approach of this already fantastical character.
That's very cool. That I didn't know that about your background. My father is obsessed with the West, and he just wrote a book on Billy the Kid. So definitely, I grew up with all of these stories. So I can't wait to see the project take full form.
You should bring your father to the test.
We've got something from someone says, I'd like to see the video. It probably shows this, but how does the audience interact? So can you talk a bit about how the audience interacts a little bit more?
Yeah, actually, I tried to share my video during the presentation, but nothing happens. Let me just try to share it once again.
Let's give it a go. We've got the time. Yeah, thank you for popping up the screen full screen.
Okay, let's go. Let's do that. Yes, so the spectators interact. Yes, it works. Woo! Thanks for the question. The spectator interact with the live actress, and basically they are playing Calamity Jane's brother. And the story is the true story of Calamity Jane, who got engaged by a brothel manager to perform on stage, and so you're performing with Calamity Jane. So she will consult with you and ask you the questions like, what do you think we should do on stage? What will please the audience? How can we react to this or that in the story? And so you're living the story with her, and you are advising her in a way. So the show can be can have different consequences depending of your advice and what you want to do on stage with her. you are on the board cell now in the video.
Very cool. That's super helpful. Does anyone else have any questions? You've been working on this for a couple of years now, right? I mean, this has been in development for at least 2 years, right?
Yeah, first confinement, first lockdown. I don't remember.
So it started the creative process. Oh, we got some hand raises. Miriam, come on in.
Hello, hi, salut Samuel, hi Renee.
Hello.
Hey.
So it's not really a question. It's just, you know, I've been hearing about this project for, well, since you started to work on it. And just to reiterate that once you're almost done, or once you think that you have something that like a prototype that we can, I could see, I would love to do it, because it's totally the type of work that we could be interested to show at the Phi Center. So no question, but just to reiterate the interest.
Wonderful.
Thank you, and thank you, because the Phi was there from the beginning, so it's really glad, like it's warm to have this accompaniment, and now that we can fly to Canada again, I guess this is something that we will be able to do soon.
We have time for one more quick question. I think Milo, I think you got your hand up first.
Thanks. I want to get quick clarification. You had talked about the prototype was a 30-minute thing and that multiple people were going in an hour. And I was wondering how you handled one actor engaging with multiple people in that live way. And yeah, could you explain that to me? Does that question make sense?
Is it a design question or a technical question? Like technically everyone can see everyone, so they are just a group. And after that, you know, it's like just an actor, like Nice, the actress that performed. We have worked with her on that, just making sure everyone is engaged. So obviously in VR you don't have the eyes that are the usual ways for the actor to check if people are engaged with us, but you have the body language, and you have also, like, she's really great to grab people to perform with her. And so it's just a bit, for example, to take a concrete example of the last piece of the show, they will tell a story. And so Nice turn to one character and one participant and say, "Oh, where was it?" And the second participant, "Oh, with who was it?" Basically, I'm summing it up. But so everything is collaboratively made with the participants.
Wonderful.
And they're all in the role of sibling.
Yeah, Calamity Jane's sibling. Yes.
Got it. Everyone collectively inhabits that sibling.
She has 3 brothers. Thank you.
Okay, now, sorry, David, but we do have to move on to the next project. But feel free to message Samuel in the chat if you've got something specific you want to follow up with him on. Next up is Broken Spectre. Evan Jones, why don't you come on?
Wonderful. Just sharing screen.
Thank you again, Samuel. That was a great way to start the day.
I believe I need access to share the screen.
Andy? Oh, so I think we need to stop sharing the other presentation. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Brilliant. Looking good.
Fantastic.
All right, Evan, whenever you're ready.
All right. And so, hi, everyone. My name's Evan Jones. I'm the owner of Stitch Media. We are an immersive and interactive production company that's been working for 14 years for other people behind the scenes creating their interactive projects. And I'm happy to show you some of those. But what has happened over the last few years is that we've been able to work on our own original IP, and some of the projects we've taken on are our own VR escape room, Flowweaver, and our game Terrarium. But today, I'm really happy to talk to you about our newest project, Broken Spectre. What you're seeing right now is actually a photograph. This is something that is taken at the top of a mountain, and it's a phenomenon that hikers know, where the sun can actually get behind and below you, that project your shadow up into the sky. And it actually is part of the reason that we think there are so many myths of mountain trolls and giants that live up in the hills. It has been the inspiration for our game, which is to say, what happens when you confront something larger than yourself at the top of a remote mountain? And what we are talking about today is a family story. But unfortunately, in the cosmic horror way, this is not going to end well. Elder gods who live atop mountains, they have very different ways of approaching. And in this story, you start at the bottom of the mountain with a phone call. It's a phone call from your father, who has been missing for the past 25 years. And out of nowhere, he calls and he says, "I need you, come to the mountain." And the entire experience, the entire game is played out through your ascent up the mountain. So Broken Spectre is meant to be a thought-provoking mystery of a cursed family. And the genre is cosmic horror, and it's designed for hand-tracking VR. We're going to be launching it on the Oculus Quest, hopefully next year. And it is intended to be a game in which you explore through the ruins of your father's experiments on the mountaintop, and you find actually a cast of characters as you make your way up the mountain, solving small puzzles and moving through the environments in a very immersive way. We really wanted to have the ultimate immersion, and so we actually use hands, your real hands, to track your movement. And so you gesture towards things as you want to reach out and grab them with your actual fingers, and it allows us to do a lot of amazing things like body horror in this game, where there may actually be moments where you get frostbite and may lose a finger and then see it reflected in your virtual hand. So we're really using this as an idea. We're talking about generous exploration. This is not a skills-based game. We want you to explore and find your way through this journey. Some of the inspiration are obviously some of those amazing narrative games like Firewatch and The Vanishing of Ethan Carter as touch points. Obviously, it's rooted in the Lovecraftian cosmic world of elder gods. And The Thing is one of our favorite films, and just talks about how the monster could be anywhere and often out of sight. Here's some screenshots of just some of the early visual mechanics that we're working on. We want to use a really silhouetted style and theatrical lighting. And so you can see that each of these sets are really designed to be very tight. And as we move through the space, we jump from one location to the other very fluidly. We put together a really star-studded cast to add to our team. We've brought in some heavy hitters. The first Emmy Award winner for virtual reality was Stefan Grambart. We've also brought on as a writer Ian Rogers, who just got optioned by Netflix through Sam Raimi's production company for Every House is Haunted. And they're going to be crafting this horror story with us. We've also added our executive producer from one of the creators of the original Blair Witch Project, who's been advising us on just how to get the horror right. And what we're looking for now is our missing partner. We would love to find an international publisher who is excited first and foremost about the growth in the VR market. This is going to be a VR first game, and we've got lots of potential after that, but we want to start there. We're looking for somebody with a strong brand around narrative games. We want to find somebody who's fearless about the horror genre. We do not want to tone this game down. We want it to be disturbing and rich in its story, something you won't forever forget. And what we're really looking for is help to get to market, the localization, marketing, strategy. We managed to put together a full financing package for this, but we're an indie studio and we have our own limitations. We're trying to do as much as we can with as little as we have. And this is some of the timeline that we're planning for. Right now, we have a playable prototype, and we are going to be releasing probably Q2 next year, maybe Q3 if we have the right team, in our marketing team. And beyond that, we are really planning to launch this as soon as we can. We are actually open for playtesting right now. If you visit brokenspectre.com, we're looking for people who can test our prototype and talk about some of the mechanics that we love, things where things sneak up on you in your peripheral vision, and some of the things that VR can do in the horror genre that you cannot do anywhere else. So thank you, everyone, and especially to the Vancouver Film Festival. And I would love to have your questions.
Clear that you've got a tremendously talented team with the technical and creative expertise to make something horrifying in the VR genre, which is such a great way to do freakouts. VR is really quite good at creating ambiance and atmosphere and putting you into an environment that you can't look away from. So decision makers, please jump in, raise your hand, come in with questions. Yeah, it does seem like this project is well underway, but still needs help finding distribution, finding an audience. Anybody that is on the line that's got questions about how to help them do that, jump in. Oh, I got a hand raised. Danielle, how you doing? It looks like you're muted.
Hi.
There you go.
Yes. Hi. Hello. Hi, Evan. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Danielle.
I'm with Estrella Atlas 5 distribution side of things. Sorry, I have a little throat thing. So I read in your deck that it's about 3-4 hours of gameplay. And so I'm wondering how you're thinking of breaking that up, if at all, for the user. So how that will play with the story, so it's not, ruining or disjointing the flow of the story, but also taking some pressure away from being in a headset for so long.
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. I mean, we designed our first game to be about a 2-hour experience, and we have seen people play through that in their entire first run. And so we would expect that this could be like 2 or 3 sessions that people would play through it. And there are obviously a lot of twists and turns in the story, but we have built it on kind of a 5-act structure. And so there is this bizarre mechanic that we've got right now where you keep encountering the same sort of RV, this trailer that keeps appearing at different places in the mountain, and that kind of punctuates a lot of different moments in transition. And so, I mean, I think that that's probably a perfect moment where people may say, okay, before I go into there again and see something outlandish, I'm going to just take a break and wait for that. The other thing is, even though we have a horror game, we're not a game where you're constantly dying and restarting. It's a game that's meant to push you through exploring, haunting imagery and things like that. So at any time, people can step out. In fact, in our playtests, people do sort of rip off the headset at many times, which I take as a good thing, and maybe take a break and come back to it when they're feeling a little bit calmer. That's okay if they do it in a couple of sessions.
Okay, that's cool.
Wonderful. Great
Thank
question.
you.
Great answer. We've got one more question in the chat log. Agatha asks, which kind of distribution do you imagine for Broken Spectre? So maybe if you go into a little bit more about how you're thinking of distribution, and if you, share your thoughts there.
I mean, if you ask me today I'm looking at the Oculus Quest 2, which is leading the market in virtual reality sales straight to consumers. We have designed it with the hand tracking functionality that Oculus sort of uniquely has in the market right now. I have a feeling it's going to be more and more open to that. So we're sort of future proofing for the next generation of headsets, and we're hoping that it'll be distributed direct to consumers through the platform stores. So in this case, the Oculus storefront would be our first, and then we would go to the Steam storefront and each different platform. We're very interested to see what the new headsets are for next year.
Move on to the next project. Please welcome to the stage Nim with his wonderfully titled project, Climate Freakout People Are Not Popular at Parties. So true. Nim, thank you so much for joining us and presenting your project. Go ahead and share your screen and we'll be off to the races.
Hold on one second. Do you see the?
I do. Yeah, just go ahead and present it. Yep.
Okay.
And you're good to go.
So, hi all. My name is Nim Shapira, and I'm the creator of Climate Freakout People Are Not Popular at Parties, a cautionary tale about global warming and family ties. This project is 20 minutes long, and it's a 6 Degrees of Freedom interactive VR experience. I'm developing it both as a filmmaker and as a fellow researcher at the MIT Open Doc Lab. So this VR documentary tells the story of Michael Foster, a family man and a family therapist that left it all in order to fight global warming. But in hopes of saving the world from burning down, he caused his own house to metaphorically go down in flames. I'm going to share a short teaser.
Yeah, I never left a message for any grandkids that I don't have yet. But I want any grandkids, grandnephews, nieces, whatever, anybody in any family tree of mine to know that once upon a time, people burned oil and they put it in these underground pipes and they burned enough, fast enough to almost cook you guys out of existence. And we had to stop it in any way we could think of.
So 5 years ago, this week in October 2016, Michael, together with a small group of activists, undertook the biggest climate action against an energy infrastructure. Those valve turners basically shut down the Keystone 1 pipeline between Canada and the US across 4 states. And Michael called the dibs on North Dakota, and he was the only one who spent time in jail as a result of this action. So in the experience, participants will relive the events of that day and ultimately shut off the pipeline. In order for the experience to unfold and progress, participants must perform a number of actions using their VR controllers. So as the experience begins, dozens of locked doors with chains on them will appear. Each door will lead to a flashback from Michael's life, and participants will decide which memory to unlock, as each door will have like a small window hinting on what's inside. Once participants decide on a door, they will use a wire cutter and cut down the chains and literally be breaking and entering a memory. So for example, one memory will take participants to Hawaii, and participants will hear about the time Michael refused to take his family on vacation since the pollution caused by the flight advances the coral bleaching. And how by flying to see the coral reefs, they are actually contributing to its destruction. Enter another door will send participants to a hospital corridor to the time Michael's kid tried to commit suicide. Michael will talk about how he failed as a parent to recognize how much his kid was hurting, and will share that that night was the last time he had spoken to his family, and that was 6 years ago. After exploring between 5 to 15 memories, participants will find themselves near the fenced enclosure. Michael will wish humanity was able to see the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere so they can understand how severe the situation is. Instantly upon his wish, CO2 concentrations will magically appear and become more visible as participants get closer to the valve. Accessing the locked perimeter is no big deal now that participants have the skills to breaking and entering a location. Then participants will get closer to the valve and will start turning it clockwise. With every turn of the valve, the CO2 particles in the atmosphere will decrease. As a final action, participants use the controllers to place a flower around the valve as a memoriam for a pipeline that must never be used again. As they do so, they hear Michael talk about his greatest regret, the loss of his family. With the climate action over, participants are instructed to put their wrists together and a pair of handcuffs will appear. As surrounding transitions to a prison cell, Michael will leave participants with a powerful speech concluding with, "You are the people you've been waiting for." We are an award-winning creative team working at the intersection of storytelling and technological innovation. Our works were officially selected by Tribeca, Sundance, and Academy Awards, and more. And currently, we secured $125,000, and we are looking for an additional $50,000 to $75,000 US dollars. And we would like to launch this project during 2022, and we are looking for funders and investors, co-producers, and also creative studios to join the production, as well as distribution partners. we would also be appreciative towards connection with climate justice organizations. Thank you all for listening, and thank you, VIFF and Artisan, for this opportunity.
Wonderful. Great work, Nim, and beautiful project. Questions from decision makers, the audience, just raise your hand. Daniel, do you have another question, or is your hand raised from last time?
Sorry, it's still raised. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. I've got a question to lead things off, and then please jump in, folks on the line. What's your connection to Michael? Have you met with him? What's his involvement in the project? How is he engaging?
Good question. So I contacted Michael about 6 to 8 months ago because I was just looking into climate activism and climate justice. I reached out to him. He lives in Seattle. He's he really wants this project to happen. And yeah, that's basically it.
So
and
he's
my
supporting the
question,
project.
He's very supportive of the project. This is also a space for him to start to heal the connection with his family. As a climate activist myself, that's how I connected with him.
Nice. So it uses Michael's own words then.
Correct. I'm going to interview Michael for a few recording sessions, and from that interview, he will narrate the different scenes, the different memories of that day, and the memories and flashbacks that will appear in the experience.
Wonderful.
And he was a priest for a brief second, and then an actor. So he's like a very good narrator, very good skills.
Wonderful. You're a climate activist. This project obviously has that ambition. Oh, wait, I've got somebody with a hand up. Tom, thank you for sparing me all the heavy lifting.
Hey, how's it going? I love it. Yeah, so I was just a little bit unclear about what we see when we go inside those doors. Is that, are you using photogrammetry, 360 film? What do those bits look like?
So those are interactive scenes. So for example, when we will enter a memory of, a living room with a Christmas tree, you will be able to open a letter that is addressed to Santa. You will be able to open it, and you will see that Michael's kid wrote to Santa that she wishes her dad was more present at home. And you can take, if you want to end the flashback, you would take the wire cutters that you're holding and actually cut down the Christmas tree in the living room. So in terms of the interaction, it's all sixed off. I don't know if it's photogrammetry yet. I think it's mostly 3D animation, but that's we're still working on it.
Wonderful. Any other questions before we? Oh, David, jump in.
Yeah, thanks, Nim. Curious how far are you along on the script development? And you mentioned, I guess the reason I ask is you mentioned that at the end, the participant has no choice but to close the valve. And so I'm curious, either narratively or from an interaction design point, what do you feel gives the experience a sense of urgency or drama? What drives it forward for you, or do you think will drive it forward for the participant with essentially a preordained ending?
That's a good question. I am in I would say advanced stages of the script, but I think the urgency itself is the feeling that Michael is torn between wanting to secure the future of his kids, but ruining their present. I think that Michael's narration helps a lot to that feeling of urgency. Michael, between flashbacks and memories, Michael will also talk about how today's climate is in a very severe condition, and he tried everything up to this point, including talking to politicians, legislating laws, and nothing helped. So I believe this would also help the urgency of the participants. I hope this answers the question.
Nim, thank you so much for presenting. Next up, we have Patricia with Nowhere Left to Go. Patricia, do we have you?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hello. Okay. Okay.
All right, great.
Great. Okay.
And whenever you're ready.
You can hear me, right?
I can.
Okay, great. So in the year 2018, the Bedouin village of Khan al-Ahmar was almost destroyed because it sits at a strategic location on the road from Jericho to Jerusalem and between two of the largest settlements in the West Bank. Thanks to the support of local and international activists, as well as the attention from international media, the village was saved from destruction. This VR experience was inspired by those events. My name is Patricia Echeverria, and this is Nowhere Left to Go. This is a project about the Bedouin communities of Israel-Palestine who are indigenous to the region and have been living a semi-nomadic lifestyle, closely tied to the land for the last at least 5,000 years. Today, their culture is vanishing, their land is shrinking, and their homes are threatened to be demolished. It's a story about displacement and shrinking of land. The story was inspired by Sara Abu Dahouk, who's a young activist from the village of Khan al-Ahmar. She was detained in 2018 when trying to protect her family and village. She has since become a human rights leader in the community. The story is also inspired by Sabah al-Tudi, who's a Bedouin woman from Arakib. Even though her village has been destroyed more than 100 times, she's committed to protecting her home and culture and has become a leader in her community. This project has been inspired by powerful Bedouin women I've encountered along the way, like Sada and Sabah, who are activists in their communities, defying conventions, and leading the way to protect the human rights of all across the region. This is a co-creative project developed with Bedouin women from different communities across Palestine. We're bringing a collaborative approach in creative technology and immersive storytelling in order to amplify the voices of women coming from some of the most marginalized communities in the area. Throughout the VR experience, you hear different women sharing their personal and collective histories, guiding the audience as they immerse themselves into the past, present, and future worlds imagined by the indigenous women of these communities. The piece is designed as a 3D animated experience in 6DOV to have the participant feel at a visceral level what it's like to have nowhere left to go. And here is a clip of the video.
قال الناس للناس ما دام الوفا فيهم واليسر والعسر وقاته ساعات ولا تقطع وما بين الورى رجل كريم تقضى على يد هالناس حاجات ولا تقطع يد المعروف ما دام تقدر واليوم ترى.
إن يعني جدي ما اشترى الأرض هذه وحرثها وزرعها وعشان نخليها ونمشي، لا وعشان أنا أخذها وأنا متريح لازم يحط الفكرة فيها إني ظلة فيها.
So we're using photogrammetry and volumetric processes to capture and preserve a culture, traditions, and spaces threatened to be destroyed in real life. so that the process of digitization becomes an important act of preservation and heritage protection. So why now? Today, some 100 Bedouin communities, specifically living in Area C of the West Bank, are still living a unique lifestyle of herder, herder lifestyle. And like the village of Khirbat Humsa, which was destroyed in 2019, many of these villages are still threatened to be destroyed any day now. So we're a woman-led team with most of our creative and talent based in Palestine, and working with local and international organizations with extensive experience in the social impact and creative technology fields. The project was initially developed as part of the Venice Biennale College VR program, as well as it's also participated in a Snapchat XR residency and is currently in early production stages. Our local and impact partners have extensive knowledge and experience working with human rights and Bedouin culture in the region, and our technology partners have produced award-winning projects worldwide. We're an international team with a proven track record to make impacts through VR. And what we are looking for where we are. So right now we have a team of artists and creative technologists on the ground, and we've done a lot of the capturing through photogrammetry. We've been in 7 villages capturing both the spaces, the landscapes, and the stories and sounds. And we're currently in the process of weaving those stories together with the local team. And we just secured very recently 30,000. And we are just beginning to put those photogrammetry models, bringing them into a gaming engine and starting to experiment with animation and interactivity. So we're currently seeking funds to complete the most technical aspects of the production and post-production, including programming, interactive design, VFX, and sound design. We have so far secured 30,000 and are looking for technical co-producers or 70,000 to cover post-production costs. So thank you so much. That's it.
To see it evolve over the last few years. So decision makers, you know the drill. Jump on in, ask a question, raise your hand, throw it in the chat log. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think so many cultures are just being destroyed, you know, all around the world. And it's the idea of preserving the space volumetrically really resonates, allowing people to enter those spaces that are being destroyed. Seems like the perfect way to use volumetric capture. Yeah, I guess there's not a question there, but just a comment. Yeah, let's see who's got some thoughts they want to share. Miriam, I'm seeing you shift around. I think you've got something. No? Okay.
I mean, I don't have really questions. I think it's a beautiful project, and it has, the thematic has obviously like a lot of potential, but right now, no questions really come to mind.
Wonderful. Yeah, I think you've got it in a good shape, especially because I've been seeing it evolve for quite a number of years now. I think you've been in development for at least 2 years, right?
Yeah, there was a big COVID pause. Yeah.
Well, it does seem like it's in solid shape now. David's got a question.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Beautiful project. I think it seems like a good team that, from a story point of view, is obviously very close to the story. In VIFF, in the marketplace, is there work samples or prototype that you have to experience, or is that something you're approaching that maybe isn't part of this, the Museum of Other Realities showcase, but that you're approaching?
So in this VIFF, all we are showing right now is this 2D video. We do have the beginnings of a prototype, but not showing it here.
Right. Is that something that you could share with David and some of the other decision makers?
Yeah. Let me know what's the best way to do that.
Well, in the short term, why don't you connect on the chat here with some email, and then we'll make sure that you have everyone's contact information and can share out a build link. And that goes for all the other artists as well. Thank you so much, Patricia, for working on this project and for sharing it with us today.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Lauren and hold on, Rihanna with Miskatonic.
Perfect. So yeah, thank you everyone. My name is Lauren Gillies. I'm here on behalf of Arcana Studio. I'm Arcana's head of development, and I'm presenting with my colleague, Rihanna Cameron, who's Arcana head of sales. So our studio has designed a VR game inspired by the works and world of H.P. Lovecraft.
Meet Howard Lovecraft, a boy who's already battled elder gods and nameless other horrors. He must now face his greatest challenge yet, school. In the VR game, you can join Howard on magical, spooky adventures in the world of Miskatonic University. You must help him complete magical tasks, but do you have the power?
In this short narrative clip, you see the world of Miskatonic and the strong potential for the game.
Miss Armitage, Mr. Lovecraft, our star prodigies. Show us what you can do.
I'd like to try a defense spell. Ne Fatagu Nuglui.
Good, Howard. Now focus.
Allow me. Fatagu Naguli.
It's harder than it looks.
Careful now. You know it's dangerous for spells to...
Howard.
What? Get back! Everyone back!
Fatagu Naguli. Oh, that should have worked. That should have...
Here in the high! Anytime now!
Finish the spell! Shut it down!
Right.
Well now, you all see the benefit of practice, don't you?
Howard? Howard!
Howard! Miss Armitage.
So the Howard Lovecraft trilogy is already an established award-winning graphic novel published by us at Arcana, and we adapted it into an award-winning feature film franchise. The next step in the Howard series is the VR game, based on his time in school.
Miskatonic University has the opportunity to be spooky, clever, and fun. It draws its materials from the wealth of H.P. Lovecraft's famous horrifying works, but softens them into material that's appropriate for all ages. The game will feature adventures and problems to solve while also serving as a chapter of a bigger story. We'll capture the sense of wonder and fascination with the impossible. In our story, Howard is learning how to master the arcane arts, which is no small feat. Dangerous forces are just beyond the shadowy veil, and they must be kept out. While some problems will be smaller than others, Howard will be called on to save the world once again.
The player will find themselves in Howard's classroom and tackle spells and monsters and master their very own powers. The exploratory value of the Howard Lovecraft virtual reality is that it targets a broad audience. The game will transport the player visually and has a meaningful story and message. The target audience will tackle players 10 and up and have prominent tones of problem solving and exploration within the gameplay.
There's strong commercial viability for the game, as the books and feature films were successful and distributed globally. Throughout H.P. Lovecraft's writing, he mentions different professors, characters, and monsters, but never states their gender or ethnicity. We've taken creative liberty from the writings and decided to build a diverse cast of characters that stem from different cultures while maintaining a balance of male and female characters. Audiences will also see various creatures and monsters at school. We want audiences to be inspired by the characters and see themselves in the diverse group of students and professors.
We currently have an alpha prototype of the game that we've been refining. The player gets to see the spells that you see on screen, just like the video.
So here's a still from the current version of the game. The tasks increase in difficulty as the player progresses through the spells. With subsequent funding, we can hone the game, lengthen it, and improve upon the game's commands and assets, while also building out the world and incorporating more characters and a stronger narrative.
Arcana began as a graphic novel publisher. We're actually the biggest comic book distributor in Canada. And we've evolved into a prominent animation and production company.
So as you saw, we have a preliminary prototype of the game. Using our in-house Unreal specialists, we'll put together a new team to expand upon the current prototype. We're looking for roughly 80 to 85,000 in order to achieve this. We're also looking for distribution partners and co-producing partners as well. So the funds will be used towards Unreal developers, animators, and modelers to build new assets, testing, software, and computer stations. At Arcana, we're also in the process of designing and developing a virtual production software, which uses Unreal and real-time rendering, and we'll be using this software to design and lay out the new iteration of the game.
And that's Miskatonic. Thanks so much, guys. There's our contact details. Feel free to reach out. And thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. Great presentation. Yeah, clear that you've got the production chops to pull off something at a very high fidelity. And curious in terms of how you're thinking of this for audience, like what age range are you expecting this to be for, who you're targeting?
Yeah, so our film's definitely targeted kids age, 7 to 12, and parents as well. So for the game, we're targeting, 10 and up, to sort of appeal to the audience that enjoyed the films. But there's problem solving and reading spells and whatnot. So it's, open to adults as well.
Is there any educational component to this, or is it purely entertainment?
So we were looking at exploring adding a more educational component. Right now, it's more so for entertainment. But we were doing research on Canadian scientists and explorers, and we're looking at incorporating that into the game, as a possibility.
Wonderful. Questions from people on the line? Anyone else have any thoughts they want to share? Any things that weren't clear from the presentation? I think you both did a great job presenting it. It felt quite clear to me, but anything that was a little confusing or that you want some extra clarity on? Now this is, we got a question, we got a hand. Dana, go ahead, jump in.
I was just curious about the role. You said we were in class with your main character. Is how would that kind of work out? Like, could you explain a bit about how the relationship between us and the narrative would play out over time?
Yeah. So in the current prototype that we have, the player's alone in the classroom that you do see in the short. So you using the remotes, you cast spells. However, we want to develop the narrative further and have the player actually engage with more of the characters. In the first narrative short that we showed you, that was from a short film for Miskatonic that we put together. So we'd love to have the player actually engage with Howard and the other characters as well.
Awesome. And this is not your first VR project. You've done a couple other ones. You did Space Panda, right? Is that right?
So we actually did a game for one of our first Howard Lovecraft films. It was kind of rudimentary, our first kick at the can with VR, but it was set in the Frozen Kingdom, and we're actually in production on a VR game right now with a studio out of Germany. So we're
Wonderful. Yeah, this is not your first time at the VR rodeo. Well, great job presenting. Do you have any other questions from anyone else? Well, then let's move on. Thank you so much for presenting today.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate
Thanks,
it. Next up, we have Memory Place. Zainab, are you ready?
Yes. I'll share my screen. All right. Everything looks good?
Looks good.
Amazing. All right. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm Zainab Avesh. I'm the creator of Memory Place, a VR experience that explores 3 moments of memory on the fraying certainty of home in Istanbul, Turkey. Now, Memory Place was created through point cloud data that was collected through various different photogrammetry scans around Istanbul. And the VR piece basically invites viewers to walk inside of these memories. And it creates an incredibly immersive experience of a fading past. What we're really exploring here is the alienation that has been arising from the shifting sociopolitical climate in Turkey. That's leaving a lot of the inhabitants of Istanbul and people who've grown up there feeling increasingly more estranged with their home. And to symbolize this sort of changing nature of the country, the first scene invites viewers into Istiklal Avenue, which is one of the most beautiful and historic streets in the city that leads to the city center. And it tends to carry a lot of this sort of collective memory that influences how we see our lives. And in contrast with that, we have these moments of uninterrupted memories of domestic life. And this in particular is actually of my mother's dinner table that she prepares whenever me and my sister are returning home. And what this scene sort of represents is how these uninterrupted, safe, unchanging moments of domestic life in contrast with the changing nature of the country on the outside. And finally, we have a scene in an airplane, a Turkish Airlines flight to be exact, that sort of represents the in-between of these two realities of home, where no time or place necessarily exists, and viewers are invited to reflect upon what it's like to watch your home change from afar. So this project was created as my thesis for UCLA's Design Media Arts MFA program. And it is a pandemic project because of the travel restrictions. It was created with myself in Los Angeles and my family in Istanbul. And this sort of process of capturing these moments and scenes around Istanbul, it certainly became a part of the project itself. Our team is small, but we're very mighty. As I mentioned, I'm just a recent graduate from the Media Arts program at UCLA. I'm also a Mamut Art Project Fellow, which is one of the most reputed art institutions in Turkey, as well as an immersive media curator at Extopia, which is a media arts collective. Devin Embil, he's a Webby Award-winning director and producer. He's worked with Oculus, creating over 30 mixed reality experiences, as well as he's a creative producer at Scout House. We actually got to show the project as a video installation at the LA Art Show earlier this summer, which was an incredible experience because we kind of got to see the amount of time people would be spending in front of these big projections because these scans have so much like intricacies and detail of the areas that were captured. And what we're hoping to do, and this is what we need support on, is to adapt the project into a 6-stop VR experience, to basically have viewers completely immersed within these point cloud scans and have this almost performative experience of being able to walk down Istiklal Avenue as it's fading away. So as I mentioned, what we need support is to adapt the project into a VR experience. We have all the assets, including the scans and photogrammetry data, everything. And the sound design as well for each piece of memory is complete and ready. So we need support with a Unity developer to be able to adapt it into a VR experience. And we're hoping to premiere it in a festival. So for that, we need PR support and also a budget for exhibition installation space and equipment. So we're at the last stage of the project pretty much. And we are looking for 10K to be able to complete it as a VR experience. And finally, I want to show a preview of what the scans actually look like. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any further questions and wishing everyone else the best of luck.
Thank you so much for sharing your project. Yeah, really beautiful. Very evocative scene you showed at the end. Really atmospheric. I got a sense of what the vibe of the piece will be. Dana, are you still raising your hand from last time around, or do you have a question? Oh, okay. It's a residual hand raise. We got one from Miriam.
Hi, beautiful project. I can definitely imagine it and see it in my head. And I'm curious, what will people hear while they are in the VR experience?
Of course, Miriam, I'm actually so glad you asked about sound because it's such a big aspect of the project, and the sound design of it all was also a lot of research went into what it's like to archive the sound of a city. And specifically for the Istiklal scene, because I couldn't actually go to Turkey to like record sounds, I had to go through like thousands of YouTube videos that were taken there and take little sound bites of these, you know, the red tram bells ringing and like musicians singing on the street and whatnot. So the sound aspect for each piece of memory is actually, it's helping to immerse people even more within that space. So for like the dinner table scene, for example, it's all sounds that I like went through videos that I had of home. And again, like pulling little bits and pieces of like my grandpa laughing or like, you know, some music that my mom tends to play in the house. So it's all helping to sort of immerse people within that piece of memory, because visual, like people tend to think the visual aspect is, you know, what matters the most, but in reality, sound has such a profound impact when it comes to being able to see our past or our present as well.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Agata's got a question as well.
Yes. Hello, I'm Agata from Diversion Cinema. Thank you, Zeynep, for your presentation. I have a question, actually, if you're considering to produce also a 3DOF version of the project.
I think the reason why I really want to have the 6DOF experience is because these point cloud scans are huge. Like the street is actually almost a little bit more than a mile. And I want this, and that's why I use the word performative, because I want people to be able to really explore the size of these scans and be able to kind of look into all the little details that I feel a flat video sadly caused people to kind of miss. So I would prefer for it to be as a 6DOF experience, but because of any limitations, I think I'm also open for people to just be experiencing it as a 360 video.
Great question. Thank you again, Zeynep. Really appreciate you taking the time to share this very personal project. I think a lot of us have a sense of missing home. So a project like this, I know it resonates with me.
It was thank you.
Next up, we have Akmarat with 1991.
And Chris.
Oh, Chris is here too. Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Hi, Renee. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen real quick. see. Great. Can you see that okay?
Akmarat, we're looking at your notes, it appears.
Wow.
Yeah, we can see your screen okay. We're just not seeing the presentation.
Let's try that again. Sorry about that. How about now?
Yep, looks good.
Good.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Akmarat, and I'm from Turkmenistan. 1991 is a VR documentary and a multifaceted experience about the burden of transitioning from the collapse of the Soviet Union. In this intimate experience, I'm delving into my father Suhan Tuliv's mind, exposing his grief from the sudden loss of stability, well-being, and a thriving career as a composer. For this experience, I recreated my home in Turkmenistan. Immersed in my father's office, the participants will be able to spend time with me and my father, reliving some of my childhood memories starting from 1991 until present day, unveiling the complexities of the daily life during the transitional times and depression that many experienced in the post-Soviet countries.
So this is an interactive documentary, and we think that it's very much pushing the limits of experiential storytelling because we move between installation elements, projection mapping, VR, and 3D volumetric video. And so we've broken down this experience into 3 parts. The first part manifests in a physical installation, and this is a replica of Akmarat's father's office. And so we have a miniature here to kind of represent that. And in this first chapter, this will serve as an onboarding area where we'll learn about the collapse as well as it introduces Akmarat's family. And then here in the second part, we then move into VR, where the viewer will enter into Suhan's office in virtual reality. And so this is a very intimate setting where participants are immersed in the day-to-day of the post-Soviet reality. And then in the final offboarding segment of the experience, we'll be in a physical Turkmen yurt as seen here, and the viewers will be able to contribute their stories that went through the transition of the collapse of the USSR. And so these personal stories will become part of a web database where we hope to capture the collective memory of the victims of the Soviet collapse.
I just realized that I did not share with sound on. Can you hear the music?
Not great yet.
No. Is it okay if I reshare really fast? I'm so sorry.
Go for it.
Because the next note is...
It's about music. So just a second, I'm so sorry about that. Here we go. And there we go. So my father's music is at the core of this experiential documentary. We volumetrically captured 70 musicians of the National Orchestra of Turkmenistan right before the pandemic, who will appear as the ghostly figures representing my dad's mourning for his career as a composer. This is one of the pieces that you're hearing right now. The climax of the VR portion is a 3D painted mural depicting an ancient Turkmen tale about the power of music to heal, representing our hope that art will allow healing for the post-Soviet people that are still living with the traumas of the collapse. We have an incredibly passionate team working on the project. Chris and I, the co-directors, we have both experience creating interactive VR experiences, and we have exhibited them internationally. We're working alongside 2 award-winning studios, Scatter and Sensorium. And through the development, we've realized that it's really important to bring in partners who will focus on impact and accuracy. So Ayjan from Kazakhstan will be leading impact work on the ground, and Lyubov Lakhimova from Turkmenistan is working with us on the research and accuracy of this documentary.
And we've already had international partners that will be supporting us ultimately around the exhibit of the project. Currently, we're talking to present the installation in spaces in Toronto, Moscow, and Dubai. And Akmarat's sister Maya, who is a world-renowned pianist, is scheduled to perform Suhan's pieces at Carnegie Hall in New York City in 2022. And so we're excited to have a meaningful activation around that performance in New York City with this VR piece.
We currently have secured $26,000. We recently won a $25,000 grant from Cornell Arts Council to fund the physical installation of the project. We're building my dad's office and the Turkmen yurt and a shop in New York now. We're currently seeking additional funding to support the VR production, and we're also looking for a producer and developers to support us in the next stage. With the funding secured by the end of this year, we're aiming to finish by the summer 2022 and exhibit at international festivals like Tribeca, Venice, VIFF, and ITFA. 1991 is a multifaceted project about the post-Soviet trauma. My dad's experience is an intimate look into the experiences that many people went through after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Very few stories actually depict what happened to the countries that fell out of the Soviet Union. It's even more rare to see the representation of the experiences from Central Asia. My goal for my dad's story is to ignite a conversation with generations who are still silent about their struggle and create a space for their healing through this project and my dad's music. Thank you so much for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, beautiful project. Okay, so decision makers, folks on the line, you know the deal. Raise your hand if you've got some questions. I'm seeing a couple. I saw Tom's hand go up first. Tom, you want to jump in?
I don't think I was first, but that's fine. Yeah, I was really interested in the testimony gathering section of this. Is that something that's happening during production, or is that something that you want to happen when it's being exhibited? And then what happens to those testimonies afterwards?
So if you're talking about the web database that we're collecting, it will be mainly collected during the exhibition of this experience and then exhibited during the exhibition in the future exhibitions. But also the web experience hopefully will be continuing to live on the web for people who may not have access to this exhibition to go on and actually share their stories as well, and also see those stories that were shared.
Are you also interested in all stories from kind of post-Soviet collapse, or is it mainly kind of Central Asian stories?
We're looking at all 15 republics to share their stories. So it's not just focusing on the Central Asian, but overall the post-Soviet countries will be invited to share their stories.
Nice, thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Renee, you're muted.
I don't seem to be muted.
There we go.
You can't hear me. Danielle, you go.
Okay, yeah, that was a great presentation, beautiful project. I'm wondering from the distribution side of things, my question is about how you envision it working for different spaces. So I know that there's projection mapping, and then you had said that there will be a replication of the actual office of your father. So how do you foresee that being something that can be exported to make it as accessible and as many LBE as possible, and how? Yes. So for just to kind of give an idea for what the physical installation will look like, it will be my dad's office that's recreated, which is now being built in New York as a physical installation, and all the walls will be projection walls. So when you enter the room, the immersion will be in that space, and then when you enter the VR, you'll be still in that space, but it will be in virtual reality. And then there will be a secret door that leads you to a Turkmen yurt. So it will be my dad's office and a yurt kind of connected together. And the way we're thinking about doing this as a VR at home experience is it will be that first chapter where you're being onboarded in that projection mapped space will be also made into a VR experience that you will get to see before you
enter the official VR experience. And then the yurt also will be a space that you can explore, but mostly that will be transitioned over as a web experience.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris and Ahmad, thank you so much for presenting your project. A real pleasure to have you involved in VIFF again. And it seems like, yeah, this is almost across the finish line. So I really hope everybody that's on this call and is associated with Ahmad and Chris in any way can get them there, because it's so close and they've worked so hard.
Thank you, Renee.
Next up.
Thanks, Renee.
We have our final project of the session, alternates. Jonathan, are you there?
Hello, Renee.
Hi, Jonathan.
Can you hear me?
Take us home. Let's go out with a bang.
Okay.
Or maybe a thoughtful art piece instead of a bang. That's okay too.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Haggard. I am an animator and VR filmmaker based in Kyoto, in Japan. And sorry. Yes. So in 2020, I released my first VR short movie, Replacements, Penggantian in Indonesian. That was the story of a family looking at their neighborhood changing day after day, generation after generation, replacement after replacement from about 1980 to nowadays. Through their eyes, the audience could witness the city of Jakarta changing from traditional villages to a bustling megapolis with cultural and environmental effect on this alley and its inhabitants. Replacements was a very local story, but it was not only well received in Indonesia, it also premiered in Venice in 2020 and received several awards, among them the Crystal of the Best VR in ANSI and the Best in-Show Award in SIGGRAPH 2021. Although Replacements was based on true events, its spin-off, Alternates, Bergantian, is an uchronia set in the city of Ubud, the cultural capital of Bali. It's a story about things that could have changed and things that don't change in Bali. At the beginning of the 20th century, when Bali was invaded by the Dutch, a mass ritual suicide happened in preference to facing humiliation. As a consequence, the Dutch protected Balinese culture and efforts were made at preserving Bali and making it a living museum of Indonesian classical culture. These events shaped Balinese modern history. It largely contributed to the preservation of Bali to make the island one of the most popular tourist destinations until today. What if this mass ritual suicide did not happen? In this alternate timeline, Bali has not become the exceptional province. It would have been normalized. It would have followed the modernization initially planned by the Dutch in Java and other islands. How a normalized Bali would have evolved after the independence, and how would it be nowadays? Would it affect Indonesia as a whole? The nationalists, led by their secular ideology, would have probably failed to take power, and instead, the religious and political group, Darul Islam, would have built the nation's identity, opening the way to earlier rapid Islamization to all the country, including Bali. In a gentrified neighborhood, a couple of dancers and gamelan musicians are clandestinely practicing wayang topeng, an ancient form of art that has almost disappeared in Indonesia after 77 years of Islamic rule. Alternates depicts these two artists, practicing their art despite social pressure and censorship from the authorities in the middle of their neighborhood transformation to welcome a fictional World Expo that will happen a few years ahead and will have a significant impact on their already fragile habitat and traditions. However, this large international events preparation will be impacted by the wake of the nearby Mount Agung the most sacred mountain in Bali that again is showing threatening volcanic activity. This natural Balinese typical event is here to remind us that despite human, political, and urban changes, nature doesn't change that much. Pieces of landscape don't really change, and traditions somehow find a way to disappear. Contrary to replacements that depicted a fictional alley, this story will take place in a real place in Ubud, Bali. This building and this neighborhood are the location of alternate story and will welcome this VR experience where audience can attend the main protagonist story in this alternate timeline. These characters are inspired by Kadek Puspasari and Christophe Moore, who are respectively the choreographer and the composer of Alternates. This time, I will have the chance to collaborate with very exceptional people, such Takuma Sakamoto, the CG director of the 2006 movie Tekon Concrete, Mikkel Badveld, the director of the VR film Amens, and people in Cinema Leap who produced projects such Beat and Feather. Because of the nature of the project, this will be a 6DOF project. And we are still at the beginning of the production, but ready to move. We already have pieces of soundtrack. Kadek and Christophe are ready for the choreography and the motion tracking. And I plan to go to Bali this winter to take the materials, to create the environment, and also to take the sounds, very important. And to finalize a prototype summer 2022. And hopefully complete the whole project with and taking a lot of time to decide a beautiful ending and to complete it, yeah, in the end of the year, in the end of next year. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening, and thank you, VIFF, and thank you, Artisan.
Jonathan, thank you for taking time. Beautiful presentation. I love your work. Your last project I found really stunning. Okay, questions from the decision makers and the folks. Okay, I saw Miriam and then Lauren's hand went up.
And not a question, just a comment. I loved replacements, and I'm really looking forward to discover your new piece. Make it happen.
Thank you very much.
Lauren, do we still have you? I saw you there for a moment and then you disappeared.
I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Yes, join.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I will third that, what Miriam just said. I also really loved replacements, and I'm glad to see you following up with this. Two questions that I had. The first is, what kind of context are you offering the audience around the history that this is kind of a speculative fiction based on history. What kind of context are you offering the audience within the VR experience? That's my first question.
Alternates, in a way, will be the opposite of replacements. Replacements was based on real history and true events, but in a fictional alley to make it more immersive. This piece will be an alternate history, but in a real place. So there will be two ways of watching the projects, because what I learned from replacements is that Indonesian people and foreigners didn't watch the project in the same way, which was good in a way. And this time I want to also make that kind of experience. And so the Balinese people and people who are based in Ubud, they will go to this place in Ubud, which has been renovated to an art gallery. They will watch Alternates from here, and they will really watch the same place, but in an alternate era. And people who are not in Bali, they will watch it as a story of a place they probably haven't been, or a story that reminds an alternate version of a place where they've been if they went to Bali. And hopefully they will it will make them want to go to Bali to see the place, the real place in our timeline, to compare it with how what would have changed. Because also, although things would change, a few elements would be there, like the Mont Agung is always there. Some trees will be there. It's I mean, it's all about be conscious of the fragility of how civilization and how landscape can change, but also appreciating the things that despite human transformation, that things don't really change.
I see. So nothing explicit then. It's just kind of this is what you're seeing and you're put into this experience and this environment. And even though it's a multiverse, you don't necessarily know unless you're on location where you're setting it, right?
Yes, obviously, if you're on location, it will be like an opening. Oh, okay, this will not be the same experience, but hopefully people will appreciate and enjoy the atmosphere of this neighborhood, on site or not on site.
Great. And then a final, very quick question: are you planning a 360 version of this as well?
I think it will be difficult because, like in general, not only in VR but also in illustration or animation, I usually choose the medium according to the story I want to tell. And the reason why I made replacements in VR, it was because I thought that the story of replacement didn't fit a conventional film. It really fit VR, and especially a 360 movie. This project, because of the nature of the project, because of the real place, and I think it fits a six dove. There is really a meaning of moving around the house and around these two, around the inhabitat of these two artists.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jonathan, and thank you to everyone else who participated in today's pitching session. We have one more tomorrow, same time. Unfortunately, I will not be hosting, but Brian from Storytech Immersive will. He's a great host, so you'll all be in wonderful hands. If you want to follow up with any of these artists, you can reach them all on Artisan. You can just go to artisan.fund, that's artizen.fund. You can search for the VIFF Grant and you can see all the projects there. You can vote for them. You can message the artists if you want to find out more. Again, thank you so much to VIFF. Thank you to Kinga, who's the producer from VIFF's End that we worked with this time around. Thank you to my fellow producer, Anna, who's done a great job of actually making sure this all comes together. And again, thank you to the artists. You put a lot of effort and energy into these presentations and it really showed. So I wish you all the best of luck and we'll be in touch soon. Cheers, everyone.
Great. Thank you everyone so much and congratulations.